Okay, and I think we may be live for the first time in a very, very long while with with Elden Ring here on Twitch. Hey, how's it going? Um, so a couple quick things, ladies and gentlemen, whether you're catching this live on Twitch or after the fact as a VOD on YouTube. Remember when I made those? Um, this is going to be a stream absolutely befuddled with technical issues. I can promise you that. Because it's the first time I've used my streaming rig since, oh goodness, about midterm. And to give you an idea of just how long that is, if you're not watching this live, I submitted final grades for the term just yesterday. My first semester teaching was very, very busy and absolutely fraught with challenge, so I wasn't able to be quite as active here as I would like. But I took the opportunity to step back, try to regain some semblance of the professional I was pre-pandemic, and get my life restarted. Whether or not that was successful remains to be seen, but that's where I've been. I hope you've been well. And, well, what better way to jump back into things here on Twitch than with From Software's latest bash, Elden Ring, a game that, regardless of your preferences when it comes to interactive media, you've no doubt been awash in coverage of over the past couple of months, as it has gone on to be the, again, just within a couple months, I want to say the studio's highest grossing title of all time. It's moved a remarkable number of units and been very, very well received. Now, I want to confess before we begin, I have had the opportunity to play through the entire game once at launch, and got about halfway at present through a New Game Plus playthrough, so this isn't going to be blind. What it is, however, is a, I hope, fairly comprehensive look at the game, all of its systems, and as much of the content as we can show off within one playthrough, which mercifully, in Elden Ring, unlike several other FromSoft titles, would comprise the vast majority of the game's content. You can do almost everything in one playthrough, and to the best of my knowledge, you can fight every single one of the game's bosses in one playthrough. So as far as substantial interactive content goes, you guys are going to see almost everything. So I'm going to be showing off as much of that as I can. We're going to be reading into the lore and my understanding of it, of course, and hopefully having some fun along the way. But one thing I want to be clear about, as I believe it is eminently important that everybody disclaim any kind of biases they have, because we all have them, when beginning coverage of something of this sort. A lot of the reviews and discourse around Elden Ring suggest it is a nearly, if not completely, immaculate game, and the best that From Software has ever made. I personally disagree with both statements, and disagree with the former pretty potently. I don't think Elden Ring's a bad game. I don't think it's particularly lackluster, But I do believe, and I hope I can make a strong enough case before you to where, regardless of whether or not we agree, you'll be able to respect this position, it is a horribly imperfect, and in some regards, deeply flawed Souls-like. Almost everything outside of the combat, and particularly boss encounter design, is very laudable, and a lot of quality of life improvements have been introduced to FromSoft's take on this formula that make moment-to-moment exploration feel very good and extraordinarily rewarding. The only problem is, due to a handful of core design decisions, that same sense of fulfillment does not permeate through, in my experience, to more significant encounters, which in previous FromSoft titles tended to be like the highlights of the game, you know? So, with that disclosed, let's sink our teeth into Elden Ring for the second and a half time for me. I'm so glad you guys can be here to experience this with me, and that I get to share a game with all of you again. Okay, here we are. Now, one more thing before we dive into the opening titles and all of that. We are going to be playing Elden Ring offline. Now, the principal reason for this has nothing to do with co-op or invasions or any of that. It's because the game world has been absolutely coated in, hold on, let me deal with my audio really quickly. I have a feeling it is imbalanced. 1 second. The game world is going to be absolutely coated in messages from other players, which can make many of the environments just a little unseemly if you don't play offline to disable that. So that's what we'll be doing. Hold on. Just messing with a couple things. You should still be able to hear the game without me just totally drowning it out, or vice versa. I hope. Again, please let me know how we're doing. Okay. That done and dusted, let's dive into Elden Ring offline with a grand total of, I want to say, 3 significant post-launch patches under our belt now for balance and the like. Okay, opening titles, or not, no, sorry, we get to make a character. Okay. This is actually very impressive. Elden Ring offers you a far larger and more diverse roster of starting classes than most FromSoft titles have in a little while, or at least it feels more diverse. We will get to customize all of this later, and in fact, we are not going to be hard-locked into whatever class we choose now. This just gives us a template for creating the physical model for our character. But, just in the sake of thoroughness, I'm going to run down the traits of each of these classes right now. Well, to start with, we do have the Wretch, the deprived equivalent class that starts with very even stats and no pre-allocated levels, meaning they are a blank canvas for you to craft as you please. We're not going to be doing that. Our Vagabond is the Knight equivalent, a melee fighter with a very slight bias towards strength and a general character emphasis on survivability. They've got a sword, they've got a halberd, which gives them a ranged option as well as something they can two-hand more potently, a heater shield, and that last item does not matter. It's the game's equivalent of the Dark Sign. You can use it to, I believe, instantly die and lose all of your accumulated experience and just return to the last checkpoint. So it's not very important. Quick rundown of stats, because they have changed, kind of, sort of. Mind is a new stat that allocates or governs the use and maximum amount of FP. They use the terminology of focus points, but it's really NP. It's your magic points, it's your mana points. They are used for spells, divine incantations, and weapon arts alike, just like in Dark Souls 3. But Mind, unlike its progenitors, like Attunement, does not govern the maximum number of spells or equivalent techniques you can have equipped at any one time. Your attunement slots, so to speak. For the first time since Dark Souls 1, stamina and maximum equip load, along with some fundamental defensive stats, have all been rolled together under the umbrella of endurance. This is actually a very nice change. I recall during my streamed playthrough series of the previous FromSoft titles, noticing how strange it was that, I want to say, equip load was completely severed from endurance, and I want to say afforded to its own stat called Vitality, or something along that line. And it just made leveling your character for kind of agility and movement a real pain, because you, more often than not, had to either invest in both of those stats or just invest in endurance to get your stamina up and wear really light armor. So now it's easier to make a tougher, more survivable character with heavier armor that's also really light on their feet. I do like that. Strength, Dex, Intelligence, Faith, you're used to all of those. They work much the same as they did in Soulsborne. The only difference being in Elden Ring split stat weapons, that is to say weapons, melee implements, that require points in multiple stats in order to be wielded, or those which scale with multiple stats, including one of the traditional melee stats, Strength or Dex, and one of the traditionally magic stats, Intelligence and Faith, are way more common. So, regardless of your build, odds are pretty great that you're going to be dumping points into both physical and magical damage stats. Arcane is the final stat, and it's probably the strangest one here. It inherits many of the passive traits associated with luck in previous FromSoft titles, including governing your item drop rate that determines the likelihood of enemies dropping some of their gear or consumables upon death. I want to say it governs certain types of defense and maybe iframes to a very, very light degree. I could be wrong about that last one, though. But Arcane also is quite similar to how Blood Tinge or Arcane were used in Bloodborne, kind of a tertiary damage governing stat. It tends to affect those weapons or those abilities which are centered around the affliction of enemies with various status effects. So if a weapon is based in its default form, right, without being infused or anything like that, based around inflicting poison, based around inflicting bleed, based around inflicting frostbite, all of which are back for Elden Ring, by the way, then odds are good that they are going to scale at least partially with Arcane, along with whatever stat would be typically used to govern their weapon class. So, if you like status effects, and y'all know I do, you're gonna want to invest in Arcane. Okay? That's the stats done and dusted. On with the class showcase. So, the Warrior is the Vagabond, is the Sellsword, is the Wanderer analog. A beautifully designed, very light on their feet, dex-centric melee class that starts with a pair of scimitars. I forget whether or not they're pre-promoted, but they're pretty good. The armor set you begin with as a warrior is nice and light, but provides decent defenses, and you also start out with a leather shield that is absolute trash. Speaking of absolute trash, we have the hero. I don't mean to begrudge them their strength-focused build. They're the inheritor of the bandit or the barbarian. A very lightly armored class that invests all of their starting stats into being able to swing a battle axe with maximal strength. And it's fine, I suppose. Not very survivable at all, as you can see, because most of their stats go into the strength necessary to swing the battle axe and the endurance requisite to swing it more than once. They do have above-average arcane, though, which is rather interesting. The Bandit is an interesting assassin-esque class that starts with a curved knife that may inflict bleed, I rather forget, a short bow and some arrows, and a buckler, ideal for parrying. Accordingly, they have very high arcane, so that for a starting class, so I promise you that knife inflicts bleed. Solid basic stats across the board, vigor, mind, and endurance, all at or just above average. And solid dexterity. A nice class, but again, like the bandit, or the hero, sorry, not terribly survivable. Moving on from this, we get our pure magic class, the Astrologer, a member of an ancient sect of mages who studied the stars, divining secrets of arcane power from them. They have above-average intelligence and above-average dexterity, starting with what I believe is a dagger, in addition to an astrologer's staff, topped with a special stone used to channel astral arcane energies, and a weak little wooden shield. Honestly, magic in Elden Ring is very good, and we're going to be using it quite consistently throughout this playthrough after the first couple of sessions. But I don't believe that we're going to start out as a magic-centric class. We're going to level into a magic competency. The Astrologer, as a result of magic's potency, however, is a very viable starting class. I've seen some people do really cool things with it. Its distaff counterpart in the Faith division is the Prophet, wearing the clothes that, or wearing a set of armor, I should say, that immediately calls to mind extreme asceticism, someone who puts themselves through discomfort, through pain, for a certain type of spiritual fulfillment. Their base stats, actually much like the Astrologers, aren't too bad, with the exception of endurance, and they have decent strength and dexterity, fighting with a short spear, a shield I want to say that's even worse than the Astrologers, and a hallowed seal, the implement of choice for those who wish to cast divine incantations. Elden Ring's equivalent of the miracles from Dark Souls. Starting out with the spear is actually really good. Again, neither of these magic classes are completely useless in melee, unlike, say, many of the magic-centric classes from the Dark Souls trilogy or Demon Souls. They start with reasonably decent weapons and can quickly gain and level into much stronger ones that are amenable to their magic stats. And their intelligence and faith, respectively, are both very, very good. But, well, let's say you're not interested in starting with a magic class. Let's say you either don't care about magic at all, and you just want to focus on melee, or you think you might level into magic and kind of dabble with it down the road. Then, my friend, the Samurai is for you. As you can see, every single one of their non-magic stats starts out above average, with exceptional dexterity and endurance, respectable strength and mind. Hey, Jiffy Man, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it has been a while. Hope you're doing well and have had a lovely past couple of months. Glad you can be here with us, and I do hope our audio levels are solid. Curiously enough now, the Samurai, despite being a kind of magic-averse class, as you can see, with lower than average intelligence, faith, and arcane, starts out with an extra point in mind. I think this is to allow additional use of that nasty-looking katana's weapon art, which, as it was in Dark Souls 3, is pretty good. Beyond the katana, they also start out with a longbow, regular, and I want to say either flaming or explosive arrows, an absolute trash shield. Now, we're going to be playing as a samurai. I'll disclose this to begin with. I started and went through my first playthrough as a warrior, which is a good class, but the samurai gives you everything you will need to survive early areas right out of the box, right down to a ranged non-magic option. And since I'm going to be integrating sorcery into my build a little bit later on into the playthrough, samurai allows us plenty of room to develop our intelligence without having to sink 3 or 4 additional levels into it because we chose a non-magic class. It is probably the strongest all around. Jiffy Man says, I just graduated high school, so I should have more time to do stuff now. Well, congratulations! I am so happy for you. I just submitted final grades for my college students yesterday, so it's been a hectic time of the semester, but I am so happy for you. You should be terribly proud of your achievement and take time to relax and celebrate your achievement this summer, while also getting ready for whatever awaits in the next leg of your life. They say Samurai is based. Yeah, it's really good. And you guys know how much I love the katana moveset and damage output from previous FromSoft titles, so we're probably going to be relying on our starting katana pretty extensively here. Now, we do have 2 really interesting classes between the Samurai and the Wretch. The Prisoner and the Confessor. They are dexterity magic, or dexterity intelligence, and strength faith hybrid classes, respectively. Now, it's been something of a trend for FromSoft to give players a single hybrid like melee magic class. Think like the Messenger. What was it, the Messenger or the Templar from DS3? Or the Royalty, the Noble Scion from Demon Souls? But usually it's only one if they're present in the class roster at all. But here, they give us a pair of builds that exhibit what I believe the devs intended to be the 2 principal physical magic stat synergies in the game. Namely, intelligence and dexterity for the Prisoner, who starts with a thrusting sword, I want to say, like an S-stock, and a slightly different type of enchanted staff from that used by the Astrologer, and strength faith for the Confessor, who starts with a really solid shield, a sacred seal, and a broadsword, which, again, is a rock-solid weapon regardless of your build. These are really cool and give players the opportunity to start with a little bit of physical capability and a little bit of magic capability. Nowhere near as potent in either realm as their, single stat centric class equivalents would be, but they give players the opportunity to play around a lot early on and decide what they want to do with their build. I already know what I want to do with my build, though, so we're going Samurai. Choose a body type, we will be type A. Age, young, sure. Origin, samurai. Here's where you can like re-select your class if you now see all of your items and your stats and think, maybe I wanna be a prisoner, maybe I wanna be a confessor, maybe I wanna be an astrologer. You probably wanna be an astrologer if you know anything about Elden Ring, but no, we will stick with our samurai. One more thing about the samurai I need to point out is the armor set they begin with, the so-called Land of Reeds armor, is medium armor that happens to be insanely resilient. At least in the early game. Elden Ring has one of the most brutally punishing late games in FromSoft history, probably the most punishing, and to the point where it's not really fun. But early game, this armor will keep you alive. Now, what about our keepsake? What do we want to start out with as a gift? Well, we can start with the equivalent of a ring, a talisman, called Shabriri's Woe, that will actively draw enemies, draw aggro to us while it's equipped. We probably don't want that. We could start with a consumable called the Boiled Prawn, 5 uses of it, that boosts our physical damage defense. Kind of like a Bright Bug from the DS2 DLC, but not quite as impressive or broadly applicable. Not bad, just not great. The equivalent of the Ring of Sacrifice, the Bewitching Branches. No? Hold on, sorry. Bewitching Branch. My bad. Different type of branch. 5 sacred branches charged with beguiling powers said to originate from the demigod Miquella. Yes, the god of, I want to say, love, beauty, and dreams. The equivalent of an alluring skull from Dark Souls. I think you can, like, toss these or place them on the ground and they'll draw enemies in. Very situationally useful. Hold on just a second, taking a quick drink. A pair of stone sword keys. 2 stone keys shaped like swords breaks the seal on imp statues, but can only be used once. This doesn't explain much about how the world works, but I'll tell you right now. Scattered around the world are these really ornate pedestals holding aloft a pair of these little gremlin statues, stacked, perched one atop the other. And each statue has a slot in its forehead where you can insert one of these keys in order to dispel kind of force fields somewhere in the vicinity, usually right by the statue. Most of the time, one of the creatures or one of the statues will already have a key inserted into it, so we'll only need to consume a single stone sword key to break the arcane lock or break the seal, but sometimes we'll need to consume 2. So starting out with 2 of them, even though they can be found voluminously throughout the world, would be pretty helpful. A cracked pot is actually an item intended for use with the game's crafting system. You can craft things like fire bombs or magic pots or other thrown consumable weapons once you learn recipes for them. And the cracked pot is just a reusable vessel that you can use as basically to hold a single charge of one of those thrown weapons. Once you throw the vessel or you throw the pot, it returns to your inventory. It's empty again, so it can be reused, refilled with something else. Fanged Imp Ashes are a summon, actually. In Elden Ring, you have a massive roster or library of enemy-based, like creature-based summons that you can acquire through exploration, call in to assist you in boss battles, and help you explore the world. They're a really cool addition that unfortunately also caused boss design to become extraordinarily frustrating at many points throughout the game. Oddly enough, every single boss, or most of them, seem to have movesets, move timings, and the like designed to both befuddle veterans of the Souls series who are just kind of used to how these games play at this point without providing, as Sekiro did, a different set of techniques that you can use to respond to new pressures, if that makes sense, like new techniques, new strategies. And also are now designed with the assumption that you're going to have these summons active, and there are now 1, 2, 3 NPCs on the player's side. And so a lot of bosses have insane aggro, virtually no cooldown time between their attacks or attack telegraphs. delayed attack telegraphs that are designed to catch rolling or even respond to player evasive moves by having variable attack delays, and ridiculous amounts of AoEs. It's like Bloodborne on crack, as we'll see as we get deeper into the game. A golden seed that will enhance your sacred flasks. This allows us to pre-promote our equivalent of the Estus flask to a +1 as soon as we reach a checkpoint. Very, very good. Or no, sorry. It gives us an additional charge of our flask as soon as we get to a checkpoint. That would be worth it, but we will actually get more than enough golden seeds throughout the main campaign to max out our flask. We can just start with a bunch of runes, or we can start with the equivalent of the life ring that slightly increases our maximum health. We can get this pretty early on, like through exploration, this exact medallion. So I think I'm gonna go with the Stone Sword Keys. Yeah. And our name? Well, on my principal file, I am just Brady, so here I shall be Brady 2. I am so creative. I'm the best. Let's choose a base template. Quite a few of them to play around with. The ones of note here are these draconic humanoids, the Draconians, who oddly enough don't have any real place of significance in the lore, but are present in the game world. The Night Folk, who are said to bleed silver. They have this mercurial ichor running through their veins instead of blood. And the Newmen, who are like kind of these weathered, very old, kind of primordial-looking people who originated far beyond the game's world. I think we'll be a Night Folk, because we will get to experience the world of the Night Folk throughout our playthrough, and they are very, very, very cool. We're just gonna change the hair and probably jump in. I mean, why mess with perfection? Night Folk are perfect. Yeah, this'll be us. Perfect. We are a weird kind of homunculus thing in samurai armor, and we are ready to tackle the lands between. Oh man, imagine seeing this coming for you late at night, right? Like the samurai, who is a total outside context problem in the world of Elden Ring. The Japanese equivalent that, or the Japan equivalent that the samurai hails from, is not explorable in world, at least yet, without any DLC. So you see this person in unfamiliar armor with this longbow and the sword lumbering towards you, invisible just barely neath the rim of their kabuto, their helmet, is like this shock white skin and these lightless eyes. Ooh! Terrifying. I love it. Jiffy Man asks, how late game do we get gloveworts for the spirit summons? I can't find any and I'm about 20 hours in. Really? You've not been able to find any glovewort? Grave or ghost glovewort, they're called? Two different types of flower for enhancing two different types of summons. Let me know and I can direct you. I can even show you once we start up the game. Speaking of, let's sit through the opening titles. Enjoy this beautiful hand-drawn artwork. At least I think it's hand-drawn. It's a very different type of opening movie, and I would argue it may be among the franchise's best.
Tell a story.
Enjoy this. I'll be right back.
The great Elden Ring was shattered. In our home, across the fall, the lands between. Now, is now, ye tarnished, ye dead, who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all.
Notice the, I believe the narrator actually switched there. Or at the very least, the previous, dialogue wasn't given in character, and this is.
The ever-brilliant gold mask. Fear.
Get ready for it. Get ready for the line. Here it comes.
The loathsome dung-eater.
There it is. That's the line everybody loves.
The Gideon Othniel. The all-knowing.
And us. Joining the honorable ranks of heroes such as the Deathbed Companion, who appeared to be sleeping with a corpse, and the Loathsome Dung Eater!
Of no renown.
Truly, we are in auspicious company.
Cross the fall to the lands between.
Okay, Jiffy Man, so if you haven't found any grave or ghost glovewort, I would suggest you explore catacombs, as both varieties grow
The Elden Lore.
pretty diffusely therein. You can find them growing out of patches of dirt, like around broken tile and things like that. They give off a soft glow. I'll even show you once we get to our first catacomb, okay? Okay, and with that we are into the world of Elden Ring, which I need to stress is absolutely gorgeous. Hey Eclipse, how's it going? So glad to see you, man. Let me know if you want to jump in on voice chat, okay? If I can make voice chat work. It has been a long time. If not, just enjoy your evening with us. How's it going? So, again, another high point I want to mention straight out of the box. The world of Elden Ring is absolutely gorgeous. This is the most colorful, the most visually varied, the most aesthetically distinct and striking world that FromSoft has ever made. I think a large part of that is due to the fundamental world building being conducted by legendary fantasy author George R.R. Martin, meaning director Miyazaki couldn't just go to his old school, like, 80s D&D fanfiction phase and see what he could dig up. But, as beautiful and as striking as the world is, there's going to be a lot of cracks in the game's fundamental design philosophy that become apparent the deeper in we get, so just get ready for it. Okay, Eclipse, I get you, man. No worries. I wish both of you the best, and hope that you're able to resolve everything. And am glad to be here to provide entertainment as you deal. Now, before we get started properly, I do want to show off a few things that were added to Elden Ring. For the first time in over a decade, we can jump. A single, mediocre jump that fulfills its intended function perfectly. It's not great. It's not terrible. It is just there. And for the first time in ages, FromSoft decided to add it. Yes, indeed. Now, does this mean there's going to be scores of those atrocious FromSoft platforming puzzles we've come to expect from previous titles, Brady? Well, not really. No. Jumping, by and large, serves to simply help you access some out-of-the-way areas or ascend vertical areas a little bit more quickly. Like, say, jumping up a ledge rather than having to walk around it, if that makes sense. Weapon arts are back. You remember weapon arts from DS3 and how they tended to look really cool but be underwhelming in combat? Well, weapon arts in Elden Ring have been improved considerably. Most, if not all of them, are now pretty powerful, worth the FP cost, usable right out of the box, and tend to have considerable benefits. So, the Ash of War, sorry, that's this game's terminology for weapon art, that you have assigned to your current weapon or that is associated with your current weapon can actually make a really big difference. Some Ashes of War are comparative game breakers. Not that I criticize this. I actually think it's great that in a world where enemies and bosses tend to have phenomenal cosmic power at their fingertips, players can earn the same. But we're not going to be using very many of the absolute game breakers because I do want to show off as much of the game's content as I can, and that includes Ashes of War that are a little bit more mundane, shall we say. Eclipse says, when do we get double jump? 2032? Probably never. Probably they interpret all of the voluminous criticism of Elden Ring as, we just need to take the jump button out and keep giving them 80 of the same sword fight over and again. And weapon arts almost hit too hard, Eclipse says, tripling or quadrupling damage in some cases. Now, I see what you're saying. I'm not sure I agree, if only because magic in the hands of a caster tends to be about as potent. If the intent was to give melee weapon users a way to consume their FP that was roughly equivalent in terms of power, I think they hit the nail on the head, with only some of them being a bit overpowered. Jeffy Man says I died to the friggin' the finger spiders in Karia Manor again. Oh yeah, those are nasty. Oh right, we also have a map that's really helpful right now. Don't worry, we'll fill this out. We'll fill this out through exploration. And we got a tarnished, wizened finger. Used to write messages. Your messages will be conveyed to other worlds, allowing other players to read them. A finger of corpse wax, so emaciated the bone is visible. It's a relic of those who came before, left to help those who would come after. Clip says fair, but maybe magic's a bit nutty then, if weapons need to be multiplied by 4 to compete. A lot of it's just going to be personal preference too. You know me, I will never complain about something the player has being too overpowered, but I will definitely complain about the same applying to the bosses. Here are the keys we started out with. We can actually get a look at them. Very ornate for little tiny things. Breaks the steel on imp statues, but remains embedded in the statue after use, meaning it can only be used once as an item. Think well before using one. Or don't, because you always get some treasure in return for using them. Never do imp statues lead to something that will solely cause you harm, and never do they lead to critical path areas that you will not be able to access otherwise. Here's our sword, a katana with a long single-edged curved blade, a unique weapon wielded by the samurai from the land of reeds. The blade, with its undulating design, boasts extraordinary sharpness, and its slash attacks cause blood loss. And blood loss is going to be our best friend in this playthrough. Bleeding enemies means fighting them for a considerably shorter period of time. And if there is one thing I want out of my Elden Ring playthrough, it is to be fighting enemies as little as possible. The Ash of War associated with this weapon is Unsheath. It's the same exact technique as applied to most katanas in DS3, just way more potent. We also start with a longbow that has its own Ash of War. Basically a charge shot that can pierce enemy guard. Longbow made to fire arrows over great distances. Compared to a short bow, arrows fired reach further and deal more damage. To use a bow, arrows must also be equipped. Oh no, tell us more. And we start with fire arrows, not explosive arrows. Okay, and the Red Thorn Round Shield. A small wooden round shield. It's light and easy to handle, but cannot offer the damage negation of a metal shield. Its emblem is an ancient thorn design. Though it isn't much, it does boost fire damage negation. That's interesting. But the iconography here, the decoration, along with the general shape and construction of the shield, screams like Scandinavian, like Viking shield to me, rather than a samurai shield, don't you think? And lastly, our armor. Worn by warriors from the Land of Reeds, made from strips of iron fastened together. The Land of Reeds has long been locked in a miserable civil war, reference to the Sengoku Jidai of medieval Japan, late medieval Japan, during which time it has remained alienated from the cultures of its neighbors. Little wonder that the entire nation has succumbed to blood-soaked madness, or so it is said. There's the whole nine. Eclipse says, to be honest, the only time I thought it was kind of silly was the Great Bow. Do 400 with this shot, then do 1300 with the weapon art, which has no discernible difference other than you can't hold it forever. Yeah. That was silly. I assume the fact that you were using it against a dragon may have also boosted the damage of the particular weapon art or something. I could be wrong, though. And welcome to the Lands Between. This is the Chapel of Anticipation, and again, it's absolutely gorgeous. Now, I'm going to give you a quick bit of context on the world as we explore around here before we get into the game proper. Now, in the intro movie, you notice that they mentioned that the queen, Marika, is vanished, right? She's nowhere to be found. Well, Marika isn't just a queen. She is the supreme deity of this world at present. And she serves at the whim of an even more powerful alien god called the Greater Will. The Greater Will is so far removed from reality that its presence can't actively be discerned. So Marika is, in practice, the most powerful, the most sovereign, the most authoritative god that people of this world actually know. The Greater Will is more akin to God in a Gnostic sense, something so powerful, so far above and beyond human comprehension that it can't really be divined. But it is there. It is the original mover that set in place the world and all of the laws of reality which govern it. And that Elden Ring, the thing that was shattered at the start of the intro movie, was like a rune, right? Think rune in the old Nordic mythological tradition. A word, a symbol, said to have power inchoate in it that has some magical or some divine connotation. The Elden Ring, along with many of the runes we're going to interact with, you're going to hear people talk about runes a lot, are the laws of reality codified and realized in a physical form. These runes act as anchors, as I understand it, for a certain definition of reality. Because the runes are crafted and because they exist a certain way, certain physical and spiritual constants apply to this world. And at present, the runes have been crafted and set in motion or set in form at the behest of the Greater Will, so that its desired reality, which, surprisingly for FromSoft, is not harmful, is not antagonistic, is not nasty or bleak, has been set in purpose. It's a god of order, and the runes are the metaphysical realization of that order. Eclipse says, maybe, but it's just the standard weapon art. Yeah, I know, I was just trying to think what caused that kind of damage. I would want to test it on regular enemies to see if we get that kind of damage buff, too. So when the Elden Ring was shattered, right, a little bit of reality sort of destabilized. Marika vanished, and all of her children, who are also gods of varying domains and potency, went to war with one another to collect as many pieces of the Elden Ring as they could, because with enough of them, right, they could either usurp their long-vanished mother as the supreme god of the world, or even buck off the shackles of the Greater Will and redefine reality to suit themselves. And since we're one of the Tarnished, not exactly a Hallowed from Dark Souls, we are a person who cannot die permanently, but who can see grace, this golden, radiant, holy energy, right? Like that enshrouds the Erd Tree, the font or the source of the Greater Will's presence in the world. We are able to track down shards of the Elden Ring as guided by the Greater Will and Marika through their grace. And being able to do that, having that ability in the theology of the Lands Between, makes us a potential candidate for, the ruler consort to Marika, the strongest, most divine mortal. We can't become a god, but we can become, the right hand of one, and that's what we're fighting for in Elden Ring. Okay? Okay. I promise I won't info dump on you guys too much more, but I just wanted to establish the stakes as I see them. Now it's time to get on with the game and its combat. God help me. What awaits us in yonder courtyard is a boss battle we are not intended to win. However, I have seen people manage to pull off a victory here. And because I'm feeling just a little bit silly, I'm actually going to try to emulate their techniques. Clips asks, wait, there will be steak? Oh, if only. If only. What we're gonna want to do, and this is probably gonna fail horribly because I am garbage at Elden Ring combat, is use our bow, and use our bow's charge shot specifically, to, break this thing in half from a distance. Fighting this monster, as you will see, in melee is just unfeasible. Anyhow, let's meet some of the nobility of this realm. Hi! Yeah, you didn't like that, did you? Oh, yeah, one thing about Elden Ring, really frustrating. Most bosses have absurdly long combos, and this thing is no exception. Yeah, how do you like that? I guess you do kind of like it, because it had no effect on you. Whew. Notice we also have no heals. Oof. Yeah, we probably ain't doing this. Hell, let's just get our katana out so we don't waste more rounds. Yep, down. Okay, well we were able to deal some damage. Don't worry, we can get our revenge later. You're supposed to die there. If you win, all you do is get the boss's treasure a little early. It's not something most players would find useful at this point. Anyway. Well, okay, so the boss drops 2 items. One of them may be useful for us, but it's just too tanky right now. And yes, I agree with Eclipse. The finger spiders Jiffy Man was talking about, which we won't see for several sessions, are the absolute worst. Now, the thing about Elden Ring, guys, is I've even titled the stream, like, Elden Ring, let's play Elden Ring, it's an 8 out of 10, please don't hurt me. I really do think it is, like, at best at present, an 8 out of 10 game, but it starts off really strong. The entire first, like, little country we explore, and at least nominally the game is based around you exploring countries ruled by the different gods, though it abandons that premise very quickly. The first country is rock solid. I do have some complaints about it, but they are very few and far between.
One of his kind is sure to seek the Elden Ring.
Yeah, Clip says Limgrave is great. Yeah. If the entire game stuck to Limgrave's design principles, Limgrave being this first country, this first kingdom, it would, though I wouldn't give it a 10 out of 10, I would say it would very easily warrant a lot of the perfect scores it's gotten. The second country is a little bit less fun to play through. The third is beautiful and striking, but in terms of gameplay, it's kind of underwhelming and at times frustrating. And then it just plummets after that. Clip says, I kind of wish they just made a bunch of Lord of the Rings references. Well, the Nazgul are in the game. We do have Nazgul. Okay, now we have flasks. Crimson Tears, which restore HP, and Cerulean Tears, which restore FP. Just like DS3. But it's not Dark Souls 4. Right, so something they did that I think series veterans may be fairly amenable to is they made the tutorial totally optional, like the tutorial zone. We can drop down there, and in exchange for a couple pretty basic rewards, we can get an in-depth tutorial on all of the Souls-like systems as FromSoft tended to interpret them, and the new mechanics introduced for Elden Ring, which we shall do. But first I want to point out this really cool-looking neon sapling kind of busting out of the ground near these headstones here. This is one of the, I believe they in-universe would technically call this a root of the Erd tree, that massive golden tree suffused with the Greater Will's power. Eclipse says, we need a mod where Melina's replaced with Sam. Yes. And his armor's close enough. Just make Gideon Sauron. Go for it. So, these specters we can find around the world will have dialogue, but no voice acting. Brave Tarnished, take the plunge of learning and remembrance. Recall the arts of war and your warrior's blood. Alright, can't argue with that. Down we go. Now, another quality of life improvement. Notice I'm just praising everything about Elden Ring systems so far. That won't last. Another quality of life improvement is, well, since we can jump, there's going to be a little bit more verticality to areas, and as a result, we're going to be falling quite a bit more. So, the threshold for taking fall damage, like the distance threshold, has been expanded considerably. So we can fall much farther without taking any damage. We can fall a pretty good ways without taking just a little fall damage. But the critical distance beyond which you die is still a hard fixed value that nothing can really adjust. But it is, to be fair to Elden Ring, very, very great. So unless we fall off of a massive tower or castle or cliff, which we will several times, don't worry, we should be totally fine. Clip says, Mr. Fro, take my strength. This is our bonfire, a site of grace. There are tons of these around the world, and just like in DS2 and 3, you can, and in Sekiro, you can teleport between any of them at any time. Actually, no, not any of them. You can teleport to any of them that you have activated from anywhere in the world except the bowels of dungeons that you have not yet cleared at any time. This is the best fast travel system FromSoft has ever designed, and I'm so, so happy to see it in this game. Again, not but praise so far. Now, as far as our flasks go, you know how I play these games. I tend to allocate all my healing items to, well, healing me, rather than FP restoratives. But since our Ash of War is pretty good, and since we might want to bust it out on some enemies, I think keeping one cerulean flask is a good idea. Now, our shield is garbage, so we're going to two-hand our katana. Another change that's been added to Elden Ring is finite combos. Rather than repeating the same string of 2 to 4 moves over and over again, contingent upon how much stamina the player has, you now perform a predetermined maximum number of moves per combo chain, with finishers dealing a bit more damage and poise damage. Breaking enemies' poise is super important in this game, so you can get criticals, but it's also really hard. Now we're going to encounter our first enemies. There's no such thing as hollowing in this game, so this is just an old nobleman who I guess is drunk as hell. Yeah, he's going through it. And we're going through him. Nice. Now the nobles, who are the closest thing to regular hollows in the game, wield one of 2 variants of a beautiful, and I do mean beautiful, golden sword. Most of these guys are wielding very nice-looking golden, or gilt, I should say. They've been gilded. They're not made out of gold. Gilt longswords, and some carry gilt thrusting swords. Yes, Eclipse, the drunks. The only spirit summons I may use. Now, up there is not a drunken noble. They are a soldier firing at us with a crossbow. Now, notice the very slight... very, very slight homing associated with enemy projectiles. Well, his isn't too bad, actually. Magical projectiles tend to have crazy tracking. Here we can find the first crafting material, or collectible that we can acquire. Roa fruit. Berry-like red fruits that grow in shrubs. Material used for crafting items. Easily found everywhere in the lands between. It has a wide variety of uses. Now, one thing I do appreciate is these collectible items that we can gather out in the open world and then use for crafting will always tell you, even if sometimes vaguely, at the bottom of their little stat splash screen here, where or in what types of environments you can find them. Again, that's a wonderful, almost diegetic way of passing this information on to players. Hey, based on where you found this before, here's where it can be found again. Here's what you need to look for. Again, until we get into, like, certain dungeons or boss battles, I'm not going to have much that is not glowingly positive to say about this game. Here we have a spearman, who is a member of the army beholden to the god of this kingdom. You'll notice they're wearing very professional-looking, kind of high Middle Ages armor, with a beautiful-looking red and green surcoat, and one that's even, like, decorated with the types of emblems of, like, a tree and a lion that you would expect to find on, like, Western European medieval heraldry. Now, one thing we're going to want to do when we can is start leveling our arcane pretty quickly. Not just so our bleed damage is more potent, but also so that enemies have a greater item drop rate, because by default, the drop rate in Elden Ring is not exceptional. Oh my god, look at his face. Alright, yeah, well, goodbye. Alright, here they want us to use our weapon art. Okay, you ready for this? Now, depending on whether we press the light or heavy attack button, we will perform a different strike with our sword. Light attack is, potent. Heavy attack's a little clumsier, but it's even more so. Ah yes, we can now click in the control stick to sneak. Sometimes this will be useful, but I don't know, Eclipse would be able to tell you better than I could at this point, because he's been playing the game more recently. It doesn't feel like stealth is exceptionally important in many cases. It can be helpful in very specific instances when, like, you need to creep through a camp of soldiers or the like, but most of the time it's not terribly impactful. Ah yes, we can break the enemy's stance with a jump attack that renders them open, then, for a critical. Again, depending on the type of weapon you're using, or even the weapon art or damage type you have associated with it, you may or may not be breaking enemies' posture a lot. One of the key issues I have with the game's combat is that especially boss encounters seem designed with the expectation that you will either be breaking the boss's or the opponent's stamina or their poise, or endeavoring to, more or less constantly. And if you aren't rocking the proper loadout, that's going to be very, very difficult to do. It can be done, as in Dark Souls 3, with, like, charged heavy attacks, a mechanic that has been retained for Elden Ring, with new jump attacks, especially jump heavy attacks, and with weapon arts. But, again, if you're wielding certain weapon types, think daggers, one-handed hammers, straight swords, it can be much harder to break the enemy's posture. I'm fortunate in that katanas are one of two dex scaling weapon types that, across the board, have pretty good poise damage. Jiffy Man says, oh, I feel so stupid now, I found the gloveworts at the graves. No, man, don't feel stupid. It is very hard to track certain things down in this game. Very, very hard. Catacombs are your best friends for Grave Glovewort, though. Trust me on that. Clip says, sneaking can be helpful, but you don't use it too often. And poise can be hard if you aren't rocking a 14-wheeler truck in each hand. Yes. This is a really cool mechanic, though. I want to take a moment to appreciate the stakes of America. They are context-specific checkpoints, typically associated with boss fights, that allow you to respawn immediately outside of the fog wall more often than not, instead of having to spawn back at the last site of grace. You can't access the level up menu, you can't access your item box or the other conveniences that would be available to you at a site of grace from Stake of America. They're just a place to respawn so you can go back into the boss fight and not lose all your runes. I think this is super cool, and it's something I wish that had been associated with the series previously. It just makes boss runs, in many instances, a thing of the past. Except when they're not. Late game, Stakes of America will often not precede boss fights, certain boss fights, and so you'll have the boss run. It's just kind of arbitrarily decided which fights have them and which don't. But early on, just about all of them will. Thank you, Queen. And with that, we're ready for the tutorial boss. And I actually really like what they did with this tutorial boss. It could be better, but I really, really like this. Let's begin. the Soldier of Godric. One of those professional soldiers from deeper in the catacombs, with a greatsword. Guard countering is a mechanic you're not going to see me use very much. It's interesting. If you block an opponent's attack, either with your weapon or with a shield, you can then follow up with a heavy attack that, in theory, is supposed to execute faster and deal an increased amount of poise damage to the enemy as punishment. And while it does deal more poise damage, and the initial attack itself tends to come out a little bit faster than a heavy with that weapon would, dodge counters, or guard counters, sorry, have a considerable amount of recovery time associated with their animations. So if you use it on a boss, or even a more potent regular humanoid enemy, odds are very good their poise isn't going to be broken. They're going to recover from the damage you dealt, and by the time you are done resetting and returning to your typical stance, they are going to have steamrolled you with a follow-up attack. This can be useful, but only at the end of certain combo chains, and only situationally. I won't be using it here if I can help it. This soldier is more powerful, but he is still just a soldier. A goodbye. And in traditional Dark Souls fashion, he explodes upon death. Alright, well that wasn't too bad, was it? As you may have guessed, that was a regular enemy. It was a regular enemy, however, wielding a weapon that we have not seen yet. Thank you, Eclipse. I would have been utterly humiliated if he had killed me, though. Utterly humiliated. He was wielding a weapon we haven't seen before, and I want to say compared to other great sword-wielding soldiers, it seemed like he had a little bit more poise than is normal, maybe to encourage you to use those guard counters. And I actually like the idea of them using a normal, but slightly above average in terms of strength, enemy from this zone, from this overworld zone we're about to start exploring, as a boss in the tutorial to show you this is the kind of humanoid opponent you need to get ready for. My biggest complaint, however, is that that exact enemy is a little too simplistic, a little too weak, a little too frail to really set the stakes for the types of one-on-one duels you're expecting players to have with bosses later in the game, and it may give them an incorrect idea about the power of the enemies that await up above. And also, they'll be encountering greatsword wielders like that left, right, and center, so a lot of the charm will wear off. Without going into spoiler territory, each god's human army has 3 distinct tiers of, troop within it. Foot soldiers, professional soldiers, like the one we just killed, and knights, or captains. And I think using one of the knight captains as a boss here in the tutorial zone, even if you gave them less health, if you made them a bit weaker, a bit more generous in terms of their timing, would have made for a more impactful encounter. But all in all, it works as a tutorial boss. And we get the strength emote, something we shall never be using. Eclipse says he's also a tad bigger and has more reach. Is he bigger than normal? Okay. I did not notice that, but I'll believe it. So let's make our way to the surface, now that we've completed the Cave of Knowledge. Now, just to our right here, past the Site of Grace, you'll notice those imp statues I mentioned earlier where stone sword keys can be used. In fact, both of our stone sword keys can be used here to dispel this fog wall and explore the dungeon beyond. But I'm not stupid, so we're not going to do that. That dungeon is extraordinarily tricky, and I want to say its rewards aren't going to be quite worth it yet. We will come back here, maybe even at the end of today's stream, but we're not going to tackle this for the time being. We got our co-op items. The tarnished furled finger used to create summon signs for other players. A finger of corpse wax furled like a hook. It's a relic of those who came before, left to help those who would come after. And the finger severer. This phantom blade, notice the ethereal, metal, or rather the lack of metal, severs the link formed by a furled finger, but the maidens scorn those who abuse its use. Hey, Kay, how's it going, man? Glad to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us today. Do we know any spells? No, of course not. Even though we start with 2 attunement slots, our samurai is a bit dim, and so can't use any magic yet. Don't worry, we'll be sending him off to college in no time. He'll be returning with copious amounts of spells, magical potency, and student debt. Now, to make our way to the open world, we simply need to stand on this adorable little magic elevator, and up we go. Notice, on our map now, the 2 sites of grace that we rested at have been marked on our map, so we can fast travel to them. And the dungeon itself has been marked on the map. Kay says, long time no see, and not doing good. You know why? No, sir. No, what's wrong? I'm sorry to hear that. And with this, oh, need to work tomorrow again. I get you. I get you. That is rough, but hey, you can make it, right? And the weekends are only as sweet as they are because of what you have to get through to get to them, you know? Welcome to Lingrave, the beautiful golden kingdom of Godric the Golden. One of Queen Marika's either sons or, like, grandnephews or something. He is related to Marika and her first consort, Godfrey, the Elden Lord, who at the time of this game is disgraced and was exiled from the kingdom. But we don't exactly know how. We can hunt animals out in the open world for crafting items, bones, meat, liver, and so on. We will not be using much of this, but man, look at this beautiful, stunning world. You can see the Erd tree out in the distance along with a massive castle. Ooh. And we can, of course, see the very first thing we see upon emerging from this sepulcher is we can see Godric's castle, Stormvale, up on the mountain ridge overlooking the sea. That is a beautiful shot. I love the gold-tinged skybox. Each country has its own skybox. They get, Eclipse, I don't think it was just us getting jaded, right? But it did feel like the visuals of the skyboxes got less and less creative as they went on. But this first one, mwah, beautiful. And as soon as we set foot outside properly, well, we get another checkpoint. Nice. And someone who can give us some advice. This is Vare, the field surgeon. Okay, I'm doing quite well, thank you for asking. Turned in final grades for my classes yesterday, and tomorrow I find out how well I did. My students' evaluations of me, I should say, are released, and I'm worried. Very worried, just because I need this job and I need to do well. It's been so long since I've been actively teaching. But I'm hopeful, kind of excited.
Tarnished, are we? Come to the lands between for the Elden Ring? Of course you have. No shame in it. Unfortunately for you, however,
We should definitely trust someone who looks and sounds like this.
without guidance, without the strength of runes, and without an invitation to the round table hold, you are fated
He has great voice acting.
to die in obscurity.
The voice acting here is much better than it's been in any other FromSoft Souls-like. Eclipse says, yeah, I'd say so. This one's great. Caelid's is good. It goes downhill from there. The skyboxes. Yeah.
You, however, there is one
Yeah, Kay, let's hope. Fingers crossed, man.
for even the maidenless. Me. Vare. Take care to listen. Are you familiar with grace? The golden light that gives life to you.
Yeah.
You may
It's right over there.
behold its golden rays, pointing in a particular direction at times.
Like so. Like this arc of light that's tracing through the air towards the church over there.
Path that a tarnished must
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
indeed. Grace's guidance holds the answers. It will lead you tarnished to the path you are meant to follow, even if it leads you to your grave. Grace's guidance will reveal the path forward, most certainly, to Castle Stormvale, over on the cliff the home of the decrepit demigod, Godric the Grafted. It's time you took castles if you seek the...
Right, okay. There's all the exposition we're gonna get for now, and yeah, notice he called Godric the Grafted. A title of disdain and shame that was kind of forced upon him after he took part in those massive wars between the gods I mentioned earlier and got absolutely destroyed, despite committing numerous deific war crimes in an attempt to seize what he thought was his birthright. So, there was like a moonwalking sheep down there for a second. Godric is the weakest of the demigods, but also probably the most aggressive. And he rules what I would consider the most beautiful country, if not one of the most beautiful, which is by design. He's trying to emulate what he believes the Elden Lord, the Supreme God, should do. He says, did you use one of the markers you bought to teach? No. I taught online asynchronous classes, so I didn't get to bust out any of my 50 dry erase markers. The crate is still sitting in my entertainment center. Golden runes are like hard souls from Dark Souls, but they do give us a little bit of lore. Grace that dwells within the inhabitants of the lands between, the lingering trace of gold. Runes are nourishment for the development of any tarnished, provided a finger maiden can be found, and we can't find one. Rune fragments are basically just crafting items or consumables you can toss at enemies. These shards of stone are believed to have once been part of a temple in the sky. They glow with a faint light from within. This massive stonework we're picking them off of was one of those chunks of a temple in the sky. We can find these all across the lands between, and if you ever need ruin fragments for any particular reason, well, you can grab them there. What is this? A flower. Ooh, a beautiful Erdleaf flower. A dusky yellow flower that has started to fade to brown, found throughout the lands between. Said to be fed by leaves that fell from the Erd tree in the days of antiquity. Now, our target for now is going to be this church. And we are going to stay far, far away from the massive golden-clad knight on horseback. That is a boss. A boss we could take now with a lot of trying, but whose stats are kind of intended for players who have developed their build a bit more than we have. There's a merchant here, but so too is there a smithing stone that we can use to reinforce one of our weapons or shields or catalysts. Eclipse says, you know, if you think about it, I should be using the noble swords because dragons love shiny things. Yes, indeed, and aside from the fact that the noble swords are just really good. This merchant here, wearing an absolutely gorgeous hat and cloak combo, is going to be the first of many we meet just scattered around the world who will offer us various items for sale. Most of them will offer at least one of the pre-gen classes' armor and weapon sets.
That you're not after my throat. Then why not purchase a little something? I am Kale, purveyor of fine goods.
I love the bow he uses to manipulate his kind of Arhu-looking instrument. Notice it ends in a metal hand. Just as ornamentation, but it's a gorgeous thing. Eclipse says the S-Dock looks awesome. The straight sword stat lines are kind of bleh. Yeah, I've heard the thrusting sword is much better than the other.
Of a nomadic people, selling wares as I
Problem is, it's much harder to get.
The land has been tainted by madness since the shattering of the Elden Ring. It's only tarnished like yourself, who keep things from drying up entirely. Let's say you're a very welcome customer. You know, if you can spare the rooms, you should buy yourself a crafting kit. A crafting kit allows you to make basic items on your own. Essential, really, if you intend to. The kit costs a bundle, but the important thing is that
Right, so he really wants us to buy a crafting kit. We won't be using crafting excessively throughout the game, but it is dirt cheap. The crafting kit, in fact, is Just 300 runes, and we've got 625? Yeah, that's worth it. Leather bag containing a pestle and mortar, spall blade, and various other tools. Enables item crafting from the main menu, provides both means to fight and means to survive. And if we want to make better use of our crafting kit, he also offers various recipe books that we can purchase to expand our portfolio. Like if we want to make arrows out of animal bone, or various consumable stat buff items, or projectile weapons. He offers a small telescope, some of those pots we can use to store thrown weapons, little notes imparting tips about either the area or gameplay mechanics or things like that. We won't be purchasing these because I do know enough, just barely, to know what I'm doing. We may want a torch, though. The torch's tip is wrapped in oil-soaked rags and set on fire. The flame can illuminate dark locales or be used to attack enemies. Can be raised up when equipped in the left hand, illuminating more of the surrounding area. Actually, tell you what, we'll come back for the torch. We'll come back for it. I want to store as many runes, think souls, as I can, so we can get some levels ASAP. But first... Oh no, we need one more smithing stone one in order to upgrade our katana. That's fine. Let's get some lore on the smithing stone while we're here. Stone used to smith a variety of armaments, a shard found in plenty. Smithing stone is found throughout the lands between, and mining galleries built to excavate it can be found everywhere. Hey, Blade of Fate, how's it going? Glad to see you. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. I'm holding it down over here. Now the first hostile we see out here is another one of Godric's soldiers. Decently resilient, and giving us a fair number of runes, but nothing too tough for us. Now before we do anything else, I think I actually want to find some optional dungeons. Oh, Cliff says, could you turn the voices up a tad? They're too low to hear, but high enough that they sound kinda... They kind of annoy the ear like a whisper. Might just be me. Okay, just voices? I can handle that. Let's try this. Thank you for letting me know, Eclipse. These things are land squirts, bizarre life forms that secrete a poisonous mist, but are otherwise pretty harmless. And fun fact, if you can manage to poison them, they will kind of overload and erupt. Okay, giant dragonflies don't deal much damage, but they are a pain in the ass. Because they are evasive. Actually, no, these aren't even like what in-game would be considered giant dragonflies. They're just larger than average dragonflies that never stop moving. Oh, come on, for God's sake. Notice they won't de-aggro, but they also won't let me hit them. This is, There we go. And we got a great dragonfly head. Another crafting item. Well, that was riveting. Let me see, can we use... Yep, there we go. We used a strong attack to knock the land squirt over, and if it didn't recover in about a second, we would have been able to finish it with a crit. Blade says, yes, doing my second casual run on Elden Ring. How are you? Made it to the end of the semester, submitted final grades yesterday. Little anxious about getting my first set of student evals back tomorrow, but, you know, hanging in there. Making do. As you do. I want to get us to a dungeon, as I said, one of the game's many optional dungeons, which for the most part are reasonably fun. And, as luck would have it, the path to one of them can be revealed right up there. See that statue atop the hill? Let's work our way on over. This will be so much easier once we get a mount. And if our mount decides to actually cooperate. But for now, we'll be navigating on foot, which is totally fine. So, this statue represents a mythological or perhaps actual figure who is regarded as the psychopomp of the Elden Ring world, the Usher of the Dead. And interacting with these statues, as we find them around the world, will point us to catacombs, places of internment for the honored dead, and little ambush-rife dungeons that tend to have at least one or two pieces of interesting gear to use. Clip says, if the mount does cooperate, tell me your secret. Just playing on console instead of PC will probably be the determinant, I hate to say. The PC SKU or version of Elden Ring is, oh man, it is so rough. And they've done nowhere near enough to address it, unfortunately. Some more of the drunk nobles are out here. Not like they'll give us much, but we'll cut them down for the runes. They're out here kind of picking through ruins, and we're going to see them doing that a lot around the game world. So a lot of them will drop either rune fragments or berries they've forged, things like that. Oh yeah, that's something that's rather cool about the open world. When we're outside of dungeons, killing groups of enemies bunched up together, like, say, a pack of 3 wolves that descends upon you at once, or a pair of Godric's guards standing vigil outside of a gate or something like that, will give you additional charges to your flask. One flask or the other, kind of at random. However, if you have only allocated points to your magic or your HP restoring flask, every single additional charge you get, or every refill charge you get, will go to that flask, I think. No, in fact, I know, because you can't... The additional charges cannot exceed the maximum amount of charges you have allocated to each flask, if that makes sense. I think we picked up some mushrooms there. That's item crafting, we don't want that. Yeah, mushrooms. A fungal growth that thrives in damp thickets and elsewhere. Its thick, spongy flesh makes it a key component in throwing pots. Yeah, so if we want to create those thrown weapons, like firebombs and the like, we'll need a lot of mushrooms. Welcome to our first catacomb, the Stormfoot Catacombs. As a side dungeon, it's atmospheric, it's dank, it's claustrophobic, it's fun. Unfortunately, by the time we get to late game, we will have seen the same exact tile set about 35 different times, and the contents of each dungeon will make less and less sense the deeper in we go. Like, they just start using enemies and bosses in places where they make no narrative sense. But not in Limgrave. Not in fair, perfect, beautiful Limgrave. Limgrave knows what it's doing. This is about as good as Catacombs will get. A proper death means returning to the Erd Tree. Have patience until the time comes and the roots call to you. Yeah, so your energy is eventually sucked up by the greater will and used to either reincarnate you or give you a new body with the same consciousness retaining, something like that. You may notice that little imp statue across the room is targetable. It is an enemy. It is an enemy wielding a small hatchet that inflicts considerable bleed buildup, and which is used to ambush you almost exclusively in catacombs. These little imps are everywhere. They have stone skin, so they're fairly resilient, and they are always used, like that, to ambush us. Oh yeah, they also have ranged attacks. Since we're using a slashing weapon, we're gonna have a slightly harder time with them than many would, but that's okay. The katana's good enough in most other circumstances to where that's not a huge deal. We got root resin, since we're closer to, I guess, the roots of the Erd Tree. The roots of the Great Tree were once linked to those of the Erd Tree, or so they say, and it is for this reason that catacombs are built around Great Tree roots. I don't think the Great Tree, as a distinct entity from the Erd Tree, ever comes up in, like, spoken dialogue or anything like that. Here is an upgrade item for a mechanic we're not going to use, those summons I mentioned. Grave Glovewort. You can use it to improve the potency and stats of your summons, which is really cool, but we probably won't be showing off. White flower that blooms in catacombs, each a soundless bell, hence the shape of the blossom, I believe, used to summon spirits. The art of strengthening ashes is known as a spirit tuning. Only a spirit tuner may perform this deed. Great. There's another imp. Oh, wow! My arrow did more damage to him than my katana would. I guess because we hit him in the head? Yes, definitely because we hit him in the head. He's a durable little so-and-so, isn't he? Oh, notice also the absurd length of many enemies' combos. The 4 or 5 hit, 4 or 5 swing flurries, I should say. There's going to be a lot of them. An excessive number of them, really. And bosses tend to be even worse, with many of them having like 7 or 8 hit combos that they use quite regularly. Grave Violet, that is a crafting item. Again, pretty good one, pretty good one. Now the boss of the catacombs is actually right behind this door, but we can't open it yet until we flick a switch somewhere deeper in the ossuary. I have to be really careful with these guys because of their bleed and their flurries. And because we can't level up yet, so we really need to keep hold of our runes until we can. More Grave Glovewort with a potency of 1. You use them, or they come in grades just like Smithing Stone or Titanite would. 1 to 10, I believe. Oh, good! Flamethrower. Right, so we're gonna have to do a bit of a trench run here and get run over by one of the imps. This one wielding, no, I think that was just the hatchet. We're gonna have to do a trench run here, taking advantage of the lull in the flames to, run it. We're going to want to reach the column belching out the flame and strike it once, only once, with our sword to disable it. A prattling pate. Hello. This is the equivalent of the carven stones from Dark Souls 1 that you could use to produce computer-generated voices for co-op and things like that. Like so. Oh, that's got some bass to it. Nice. Now see, striking the flamethrower, or the flamethrowing pillar, will lower it into the ground. Permanently, I believe. Or maybe just until death, one or the other. Striking it again, or standing atop it, will cause it to raise. We can very often use these things to our advantage by riding them up to otherwise unreachable heights. Reaching secret items or areas, or in some cases even the mandatory path of progression. Woo! Now we're gonna have to be really careful here, because as you can see, the flamethrower is up ahead. Hey, Jiffy Man, congrats on making it to Altus Plateau. It's the other really gorgeous-looking area in the game. We can use our bow to deactivate the flamethrower, that's great, but we're gonna have to be careful here because, man, oh man, the gargoyles are lying in wait. Several of them, I want to say. Yeah. Well, hold on. What if we use Mighty Shot, our charge shot, and yeah, baby, there you go. Oh, well, we can't aim like that? Pooh. Enemies are also way more evasive in Elden Ring, often to the point of frustration. There's a third and a fourth. Look at that. 4 gargoyles just waiting to ambush you in what's already kind of a secret area. Oh, that's alright, though. We've got tools for this. And now what about 3 and 4? Don't worry about my ridiculous consumption of arrows. We will be replacing this with magic before too long. Very basic magic, but magic all the same. See, look at that. Just look at that evasion. Come on, man. If we had a strike weapon... Oh, sorry, 5. 5 gargoyles waiting for us. If we had a strike weapon, or anything enchanted with magic or the like, I think we'd have a much easier time with this. We did get some new crafting items there, though. The Grave Violet is a purple flower that blooms in graveyards. The Hue of Ghost Flame, it's believed to be useful in calling forth spirits. And, oh, we never looked at the dragonfly head, did we? Just head of a large dragonfly. Long believed to have the ability to neutralize poisons. Very nice. We got a ghost glovewort. A spirit nestles close to it. Ashes which keep their renown even after death cannot be strengthened by merely corporeal glovewort. So these are going to be used to strengthen very, very special summons. And aside from that, I think we may be good. Oh no, we got smoldering butterflies. Sorry, they're used for crafting flame elemental stuff. Duh. An eternally burning butterfly found near wildfires and elsewhere serves as kindling for a number of items. Very true. I'm going to be pretty liberal with my healing consumable use here, because we can, once we unlock the boss door, head back to the Site of Grace and rest there. Okay, how many of them are active here? I see one here and then one across the room. We already shot the one down, so... Should I try unsheathing on him? This is doomed to failure, but... No! We unsheathed on him and stunned him! There you go, baby. That's nice. The unsheath weapon art, especially as starter weapons go, is a very, very handy skill. But the Unsheath R1, the light attack, does not deal enough poise damage to stun them. It has to be the Unsheath R2. Like so. Comes out pretty quick, doesn't it? Faster than a standard heavy attack, anyhow. Okay, that can't be all of them, right? Oh my god, is it? Oh, and we got our first ashes. The ashes I used throughout, like, the first half of my Elden Ring playthrough because it's hilarious. Not necessarily because it's useful. You get to summon a pack of 5 of the drunken nobles and just have them go to town on whatever boss or enemy you're fighting. They're better than you think they would be in a combat situation, but they are mainly a distractive presence. The spirits of nobles who, after death, now wander the lands between. Surely they were in search of something once, but whatever it was has long been forgotten. Hence why they're just kind of bumbling about and flailing away at the ruins. They don't really know what they're here for. Hey, Seth, thank you so much for the raid. Hope everybody's doing well today. Thank you for joining me for what's going to be a very chill stream, as I'm kind of getting back into the swing of things here. Now, where is the switch? I don't think we can ride this column up, right? No, they introduced that a bit later. We're going to be climbing. It's got to be up here somewhere. This is an area where having some kind of light source, like that torch, would honestly come in handy. Hold on, y'all, I got this. Ah, right, down here. If we drop onto this ledge... Well, there's yet another gargoyle ambush, because of course there is. So it says, hey, didn't know you'd be streaming today. Neither did I, for certain, until I got all of my grading for the semester out of the way, but I thought I'd take it very easy with an unannounced, simple stream, as I try to settle myself again. And Pot, thank you for your raid, man. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Glad to see you. We're playing through Elden Ring. We're still in the good parts of it right now. I've preemptively titled my stream in a very, very explicit fashion, so people will know this is not exactly gonna be the most favorable or absolutely glowing review of the game, but we're still in the bits where everything is rock solid right now. A few sessions in, we're going to start voicing some grievances with fundamental encounter and mechanical design, but right now, nah, everything's fine. Everything's fine. So since we flipped the switch, sitting at the side of Grace will of course cause all of the gargoyles to respawn, but we don't really have to worry about that, because it's boss time. That says everything is awesome. No, not in this game. Which boss is this, by the way? Oh, cool! It's one of the good ones. One of the game's better bosses. The Erdtree Burial Watchdog is an animate construct that moves in a very deliberately, jerky, stiff fashion, and actually telegraphs all of its attacks, for the most part, super clearly. I love this attack. Whoa! Okay, I didn't know it could turn, 180 on its heels like that. Never seen that one before. When it slams its sword on the ground, it's about to follow up with a spin. Every time. Again, it's pretty tanky at this point, especially for this build, because it is made of stone and we've got a slashing weapon. Not ideal. It loves doing that leaping slam attack. Oh no, here comes the flame. This is its one non-physical attack, in which you can't really attack it, as seen there, because it will catch you. This is one thing Elden Ring does very fundamentally that I despise in comparison to previous FromSoft titles. Openings against bosses, even kind of incidental ones like this, are relatively non-existent. They are always attacking. You cannot exploit proper defense or proper evasion to get clean hits in very consistently, unless you're talking a single hit at a time, which is suboptimal. And keep in mind, I consider this one of the best designed sub-bosses in the game. Oof. Four times? Oh, no, you don't. There we go. Totally unleveled, that's not half bad. And our reward for it is another summon we're not going to use. Clip says, yeah, you're at the part where you don't die every 3 seconds like me. Not yet, anyway. And you can't bleed stone. No, we can freeze it if we get the proper mechanics. Hey, Potato, how's it going? Potato says playing the Samurai class, best one. Best starting class, anyhow. I don't like the fact that it has no magic stats, but its magic stats are just below average. It's been reasonably accessible so far. Eclipse says he seems to speed up at the end of his fire breath, even when you aren't attacking. I didn't notice that before, but now that you've called it, yes, that's exactly what happens. Potato asks, Noble Sorcerer is the most useless summon in the game, right? No, I don't think so. We haven't seen them yet, but there are variants of the Nobles who can fire very basic magic projectiles, think the equivalent of Soul Arrow, and you can summon one of them essentially to act as a sentient turret in a boss fight, if you so choose. Spirit of a nobleman who once asked to be given a place at Raya Lucaria, the Kingdom of Sorcery, to learn glintstone sorceries. His talents were insufficient to be worthy of donning a stone crown, however, and he's only capable of using the most rudimentary sorcery. If you want, ranged support early on, he's your go-to. Data says, hi everyone, yeah, but I think the Noble Black Sorcerer's backstory is that he was kicked out of uni. No, according to the lore we just read, his backstory was that his application letter was rejected, so he couldn't be Burger King, and he's just really sad about it. So that was our first side dungeon. On its own, not bad, right? Boss didn't give you enough time to react to... Again, a consistent issue compared with other FromSoft titles, as we'll see, and that was a very mild case of it, is you often don't have time to punish bosses' openings safely. And I don't mean with 2, 3, 4 hits going crazy. I mean, a single hit is often a very chancy prospect because of the reaction time. People have actually run tests on some late-game bosses we'll be seeing. Like, actual data-driven tests, and found that some of their attacks come out after a significantly delayed unreadable telegraph so fast that human brains cannot react to them, like, swiftly enough if they don't know they're coming. Which is... yeah, wow. Potato says, also, Noble Sorcerer will cower in fear against large enemies. Will he really now? I've never used him. And unfortunately, we won't be seeing Spirit Summons much in this playthrough. I'll be using them in a couple places just to show off the mechanic. And if we reach a point of consensus that the late game is just maybe, like, dragging on a bit, I will then bust out certain summons to just help us bulldoze it. But I'm going to try to avoid that and show off Elden Ring as it is. Elden Ring as a Souls-like in the standard, or in the vein of the others. And in so doing, demonstrate why it's got a lot of really great quality of life improvements, but also some pretty bad combat design. Land squirts are adorable. I would say we do get a summonable version of them at one point, and they're probably the most useless summon in the game. They're not the most mobile. Oh, for God's sake, dragonflies. You know what? We're gonna leave the dragonflies. We got white flesh. Great. That's useful for crafting defense buffing items that we won't be using. It's one of Godric's soldiers. Either robbing a caravan or holding vigil over a fallen friend. Or just standing there menacingly. Because drunk. Godric soldiers, one-on-one, are professional. They can fight with their weapons about as well as a low-level player character can with theirs. But, they're not terribly durable. I see there's a cave right here. Don't let me forget where it is. We'll be back. I did want to swing by the church really quick to see something. So if the cave is about right here, we can place a beacon on our map to draw us back to the general vicinity. A handy tool. Soldiers do come in multiple different forms with different loadouts, but for the most part, the ones around here are just wielding swords and torches. Really good swords, mind you. Hello. There we go. So far, it's a pretty laudable game, right? Like Dark Souls in an open world with a lot of little tiny quality of life improvements that make moment-to-moment exploration a bit faster and way more manageable and accessible. That's really good. Again, outside of very specific principles of the combat design, almost everything else here is as good or a bit better than it was in the Souls trilogy, which is nice. Even though I would argue all of those things have been done better by indie Souls-likes, though not in concert. Okay, I guess we can't get a special event at the church. We can eventually. So what we're gonna want to do is clear out a couple of these early Dungeons, make our way along the road to a camp guarded by Godric's men. Oh, crossbow bolts. I thought we would get some of their armor or the shield or something, which would be great, but no, crossbow bolts. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Those actually could be useful for this build in particular. We're going to want to clear out these early dungeons. Then we're going to want to follow the road along to an encampment of Godric soldiers that we're going to slug our way through. Then make our way to a checkpoint where we can actually get access to the level up system. It's kind of weird that they make you set you loose in an open world, and then don't give you that ability until certain critical path progression flags are met. But it's not going to be too difficult for us to actually, get access to the leveling system. Boop. Groveside Cave. Okay, this is a cave, which the more astute of you may recognize as not being a catacomb, and is primarily haunted by wildlife, I want to say. Yeah, wolves, which are, they're Dark Souls dogs, so they're nasty. But nothing we can't take care of. The larger alphas are a bit more durable and hit way harder. No! Oh, Christ. Yeah, and they can kill you really quickly. Because, just like in previous titles, wolves can combo you really, really easily. Unlike in previous titles, though, in Elden Ring, as we're gonna see, almost everything can combo or stun lock you really, really easily. So, since we don't want to lose all of those runes, we're going to have to be really, really careful here. So here's what we're going to do. Mighty Shot, Flame Arrow. Goodbye. And Mighty Shot, Regular Arrow. Eclipse says we didn't need dogs to get worse. No, we did not. Not after Sekiro made them more manageable while still making them just as fast and furious as ever. Oh yeah, enemies can now also jump up to follow us. Guard counter. Guard counters are actually pretty useful against dogs. That's one use case where they're pretty broadly effective. Now, notice that this item has a colored corona emanating from it, right? Or a colored arc of light. This means it is a more significant item. It is a special item, or it is a useful item. Blue and gold-colored item indicators tend to denote really, really useful or important stuff. Here, it's a cracked pot we can use for crafting thrown weapons, which, to some builds or some approaches, would be super useful. Oh, so it looks like they fell upon a group of Godric soldiers that were camped out here. And somehow, the professional military did not... They were clearly on their feet, they were roused, they were aware of what was going on, but they didn't make it. Shameful, really. But the wolves aren't the problem here, not the big problem. The big problem, I think, is what led them here. And really kind of wanting that torch now, but we are going to be patient. We're going to be patient, we're going to be pliant, we are going to wait until we can get a little lantern that we can clip onto our belt, as you could in Bloodborne and maybe DS3, if I recall. That's the problem, I don't really recall. Let's heal up and steel ourselves, for it is boss time. And this boss, if this is the cave I'm thinking of, this boss by early game standards is friggin' nasty. It's got a large weapon, it hits hard, as per Elden Ring standards it has virtually no recovery time, which would have been one of the easier ways to fix this game's problematic combat, just give enemies the recovery times they had in previous titles. It has, like, insanely long combos. But it shouldn't have that much health. I've never fought this character at a low level, but here it is. A wolfman called the Beastman of Faramazula. You know that shattered temple in the sky that all of those ruin fragments were supposedly a part of? This is one of the clergymen. He survived the trip very well. Look at that. Did you see the delay on that? Specifically timed to punish regular rolls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hit combo on an early game boss. That is absurd. Sure would be great if we could bleed him. And we can. We can with our Uchigatana, no worries. Did you see the follow-through on that one? Okay, I think it roars before the larger combos, maybe. What we need to do is draw out punishable attacks. 3, 4, 5, 6. And here we go again. 1 and 2. And we bled him. There we go. Alright, nice. So, little overtuned, but manageable. And we got a talisman. The game's equivalent of a ring. The Flame Drake Talisman, depicting a red ancient dragon. Boosts fire damage negation. Let's see. Its default is 22, we'll say 22.3. And, oh, it raises it a whole 10 points. Early game, that is not bad. The ancient dragons, who ruled in the prehistoric era before the Erd Tree, would protect their lord as a wall of living rock. And so it is that the shape of the dragon has become symbolic of all manner of protections. Since we've got nothing else, we'll equip it for now, but aside from, like, the torch attacks that some of Godric's men and the nobles use, we're not gonna see, I think, too much fire damage early on. I can think of one really potent source of fire damage, but as soon as we get just about anything else, we'll replace this. Eclipse says, I've often had him follow on that 6-hit combo with a 7. Really? Dude, that's insane. That is insane, and I would argue it's too much to ask new players to try and learn. And if I hadn't seen him fought several times before, and fought him at low level, or high level myself at the end of my unrecorded playthrough, because I missed this cave somehow, I had no idea it was here, I would have had a devil of a time with him. But right, our next step was going to be exploring Godric's camp, right? Well, before we do that, we're going to teleport back to the church just so we can stock up on heals, and then we will move our way northward. And notice, we've got all the dungeons and that marked on our map, but there's, like, no depth, no real visual information recorded on the map itself. It's just this largely empty gray expanse, and I guess you can barely see some water here. We can rectify this by making our way to this obelisk marked on the map. It's the only thing that'll be marked on the map of each region your first time through, and visiting it will allow you to clear things up. Eclipse says, yeah, he often does a sweep because Souls games make you expect the ending downward slam to be the end. Right, kind of like he did with the overhead slam into the sweep in that 3 or 4 hit combo that caught me. I get you. One thing you'll notice as we move on to, and it's one of my biggest complaints about Elden Ring boss design, is it feels like almost all of the bosses, regardless of their form, regardless of their lore, regardless of what they're supposed to be or how they're supposed to fight, draw from the same exact pool of moves and maneuvers in an attempt to either trip up players or deal with the potential of spirit summons. So, it doesn't feel, regardless of whether or not you like it, I totally concede that many people will, and that's totally fine. But regardless of whether or not you like it, it's going to feel as we tear on, like the bosses we've seen so far haven't been bad, but as though we're fighting the same exact thing with a different palette or a different visual design over and over and over again. Ah, we got their greaves. Are they better than the Land of Reed stuff? They're heavier, but they are kind of better. Tell you what, we'll hold off on it. We'll hold off on it for now. A, because this looks really cool. And B, because, I think we can get some better armor further in. If we can get one of them to drop their shield, that would be great. Getting lots of crossbow bolts. So if it takes us a little while to get magic to the place where I want it to be for utility, we can always just get our hands on a crossbow, like a dinky little crossbow, and use some of these bolts to draw aggro and things of that nature. Oh, yes, a scarab. So we'll find scarabs pushing these giant balls of either energy or ore all around the world, and we can kill them for either refills to our flasks, or if they're pushing a large, sometimes shining, sometimes dull chunk of ore for new weapon arts. Wait a minute, you may be saying, Brady, aren't weapon arts tied to the implements that that you acquire? Like, aren't they weapon specific? Not anymore. As long as you aren't using special or unique weapons that have, well, their own unique weapon arts, you can actually switch out the special move associated with each weapon at a site of grace. You can have access to a massive portfolio of them, and while some only apply to certain weapon types, like hammers and maces, or halberds and spears, or something like that, there is a great deal of variety inherent in how you can apply, and how you can mix and match weapons and arts. And what's more, different weapon arts now act as infusions, changing a weapon's base damage or stat scaling, though not the stats required to wield it, and at times changing its properties or allocating certain special elemental damage or status effect types to that weapon's attacks. And best of all, unlike Infusion in DS3, our Ashes of War are not consumed upon infusion and can be removed or exchanged at will. So you can customize your weapon and the way it works far, far more easily. That is probably the best quality of life improvement made from DS3 to Elden Ring. Jiffy Man says, I can't find a single site of grace. I must be that oblivious. No, man, sometimes it's really hard to find things in an open world this kind of directionless. I can show you through this playthrough. I'm going to be showing you guys as much of the game as I can. So if you don't want to get full-on spoiled, you could just, like, shuffle through our VODs a few days down the road and look at the map screen when I bring it up. That's one way to get some information. If you're looking for sites of grace in a particular area, of course, or dungeons or things of that nature. Or, just trust that it's usually one per dungeon and several per, like, massive continent-ending dungeon. And most of the other sites of grace, like the one at the church or the one near Vare, they are usually on or along these main roads that you can see traced around the map. So if it's not in a dungeon, and it's not in a church, there's lots of them in churches, it's probably somewhere along the main road. I'm sorry I can't give more specific advice than that, but that's the most general rule I can, for their placement that comes to mind. Okay, now, time for my favorite early game encounter. No joke. Godric's military camp. We have a bunch of soldiers to fight our way through. Some of them have the ability to blow bugles and kind of sound the alarm on us if they're detected and allowed to move about freely. And there's a ton of useful gear for us to pick up here. Oh, they have dogs too, you know, because of course they do. There's also one of those captains I mentioned earlier, the knight captains, the elites of this army, stationed along the main road running through the camp. So we'll have to contend with him at some point. Oh, hi. Hi, how you doing? I said dogs, but that was just straight up a wolf. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, since we're in the open world, we will get some flasks back if we kill them. And the captain's on us. That is awesome. He's actually a very potent foe for this stage of the game, wielding a heavy spear, a partisan, and having the best armor we've seen so far. And of course, he's the one who makes a beeline straight for us. He's pretty easy to backstab, so that's a saving grace. And he tends to overextend himself really, really frequently. I love the design of his armor, though. Especially that embroidery on the cape. Woo! Here we have a soldier with a war pick. A nice, versatile striking weapon. Eclipse says you could go balls to the wall with dual-wield katana. Man, I could, but the thing is, the power-stanced katana moveset in this game isn't... It's not great. We might. Eclipse says, my only complaint with the bugle dudes is that sometimes the game is very, very generous on whether they got the horn to their mouth before you cut them in two. That is true. That is true. And a lot of other stealth games with similar alarm systems tend to afford a very mild grace period to the alarm or the klaxon or whatever actually sounding and enemies registering it, right? So, like, if, say, they only blow it for half a second or anything less than a full second, in a lot of other games, other guards will not detect it, they won't react, like if you manage to kill them very quickly. I don't think that's the case in Elden Ring, or not always. It's, again, a little inconsistent. Now, notice there's a cellar here that we shall plunder, of course. Anytime you see ruins in an area's name, there is more often than not going to be one of these subterranean cellars we can loot either for items or for bosses and items. And in this case, it's a brand new Ash of War, the Storm Stomp, and a whetstone knife that we can use to add Ashes of War to any weapon. Sorry, having to take a drink really quickly. It's been ages since I've done this, and I have dried my throat out so easily this stream. Whetstone with a cipher inscription made to look like a small knife blade. Allows the use of Ashes of War at a site of grace to bestow new battle arts and affinities to armaments' skills. The battle arts and affinities will depend on the Ashes of War used. And in this case, our Ash of War is Storm Stomp, one of the skills that channel the Tempests of Stormvale, Godric's personal domain, so wind magic, think. Stomp hard on the ground to kick up a momentary storm. Usable on all melee implements, and it gives you quality scaling, so relatively even strength and dex scaling, something ideal for like the types of builds Eclipse likes to run, for instance. Eclipse says, in Elden Ring it's inconsistent. My first ever interaction with this guy, the horn spawned at his hip, I killed him, and still everyone was after me. And Jiffy Man says, okay, I got jumped by 4 rats in a corner, then lost 30,000 runes. Oh, dude, that's rough. I'm so sorry. Yikes. Rats are rough in Elden Ring. Not quite as bad as they were in DS1, but way more threatening than they were in DS3. So before we do anything else, we do kind of want to pick off all of the guards in the area. Let's try to get the stealth blow, if we can, on the spearman, because his defensive capabilities make him a little bit more of a threat. Now, this massive carriage, the likes of which are parked all around the encampment, or there's a couple of them here anyway, right? I thought when I first saw it that it was a military transport, right? This was how they got down here. Makes sense. No, it's actually a very ornate casket for a lesser noble or god that we're just gonna loot. For a flail. Oh, baby, the flails. Okay. Just to be honest with you guys, I love flails. Flails are a predominantly dex scaling, striking damage weapon type that is swift, that is brutal, and that tends to shred enemies' poise. I mentioned there were 2 categories of dex-flavored weapons that tended to deal considerable poise damage. Well, here they are. Your katanas and your flails. Notice, the flail is such a dex weapon, we don't even have enough dex to wield it yet. And it also causes blood loss, even more than our katana, which means, just out of the box, unless you consider the absolute power of that unsheathed weapon art, the flail is probably a better weapon for us. Weapon consisting of a bludgeoning head attached to a handle by a chain. The iron ball is spiked and induces blood loss. Blows from this weapon cannot be parried. The charge attack whirls the iron ball around for increased force before striking. and the skill spins the flail in front of us in a ridiculous-looking manner to attack. And you can, like, combo it into a regular maneuver, which is pretty nice. Lots of weapon arts can be integrated into standard combos more easily here than they could in Dark Souls 3, which, again, is another quality of life improvement I am a big fan of. Oh, right, now that obelisk that was on our map, right? No, you don't. It's right here. We'll get to it in a moment after I cut through the last of the guards. Oh no, never mind. I was going to try to parry for funsies, but nope, that is 4 guards on us at once. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, and they are keeping formation. These are pros. Eclipse says, flails make sense to be dex weapons. Spears, not really. Yeah, but flails are very dangerous to the wielder. Yeah. They are. So I mentioned Godric lost that war between the gods, right? Like, pretty decisively. As a result, his soldiers are, probably not through any fault of their own, the absolute worst in the entire continent, or on the entire continent. They're beaten down, they're demoralized, they have, believe it or not, the lowest quality, this is considered low quality gear amongst the armies of the gods. Not like you can tell, because a lot of them look very similar, something else they probably should have changed, but hey. And they don't have any particular strong suit in combat. They're well organized, and we'll see them use tactics like this little checkpoint pretty frequently around the kingdom in an attempt to cull invaders or wandering tarnished like ourselves. But they're not the most skilled combatants. They're jacks of all trades, masters of none. Eclipse says, no, I'm not salty at all that the perfect spear for me takes 40 dex. It shouldn't take 40. No, 40 is ridiculous. And the perfect staff, the ideal staff in the game, should not take friggin' 60 intelligence. That's just stupid. Some stat requirements in Elden Ring are just laughable. Okay, we got special bolts from them, Lord Sworn's bolts. These professional soldiers in service to the gods are called the Lord Sworn, collectively. And their gear, armor, arms, the whole nine, is usually above average. It's roughly on par with Lothric Knight stuff from DS3. Right, now the obelisk contains, at its base, a map fragment. A map of West Limgrave. Well, what does this do for us? Well, it gives us a little bit of information. The Demesnes of Limgrave, far south of the Erd Tree, is bordered to the northwest by the cliffs of Stormvale, and under its ever-clouded skies roll the great steppes of the Pale Lands. Hey, Savage, how's it going? Glad to see you. Glad to see you. Hope you're doing well, man. And Eclipse says, the second boss weapon you get should not take 60 or 70 intelligence when you aren't even level 70 yet. Agreed. Agreed. And what this does, this map fragment does, is it actually fills in a massive chunk of the map. Think Ashika Tower from Breath of the Wild. A slightly better open-world game that had many of its systems, or systems that it refined to, I consider to be a flawless sheen, iterated pretty well here. Now we have a lot more detail. We can see what the terrain looks like. We can maybe make out dungeons or other interactive areas far, far more easily here. And we can use these map fragments to kind of plan our journey through the lands between. Now, this looks like Limgrave. Yeah, and there's a lot to Limgrave. Look, one dungeon there, another dungeon there. The little Gatefront Ruins open world dungeon here. No, this is about a third of Limgrave. Oh, Jiffy Man says they just found out what Death Blight is. Yep, it is Curse under a different name with a cooler looking visual effect, and it is, ooh, nasty. It's really hard to find means by which players can apply it, by the way. We got something called Herba, which is basically just glowing herb. Also found Cave Moss, very useful for crafting status ailment curatives. Later on, once we get recipes for them. And guys, let me know if at any point you think I'm moving too slowly, I'm explaining too much, I'm explaining something poorly, I'm not explaining enough. It's been a very long time since I've done this, and I'm rather unaccustomed to the whole extemporaneous speaking thing at the moment, so I'm gonna be a little rusty. Apologies. There's another one of these large caskets here, and it contains something that would be really cool for a lot of you, really cool for a lot of builds, I think, but not for me. The Lordsworn's Greatsword. We can use it if we two-hand it, but it is a predominantly strength-scaling weapon. Beautiful design, though. Well-crafted straight sword with an illustrious design, wielded by regulars of a lord's army. Though blackened and damaged by years of use, it appears to otherwise have been kept in a serviceable condition, despite the soldiers having long since lost their minds. No, Seth. No essays, please, for the love of God, no essays. I am essayed out for the time being. And we get a stamp skill. Stomping is a very, very popular maneuver for players and bosses alike in Elden Ring. It's really weird. Very, very weird. Brace the armament and step into a low stance that prevents recoil, so it gives you super armor, just like that thrusting attack we saw the Soldier of Godric tutorial boss use, and follow up with a strong attack for an upward strike. Let's take a look at this. So it's a beautiful weapon with a beautiful sheath. It's slow, but it's not as slow as a lot of great swords have been in Soulsborne, so it's okay. And then what about that stamp? Stamp, and then strong attack, right? Yeah, okay. So it looks really plain, right? But the super armor followed up with that really powerful upward slash can actually knock enemies off their feet really easily. I've seen people do some really, really cool things with that weapon art. What I'd love to see us do, though, is level this damn character, but we still can't. I have no idea why they wait this long and give you this huge open world without the ability to level up, but it is what it is. We may be able to change that here. I think we gain the ability to level right here in this cutscene. Enjoy.
Greetings, traveler from beyond the fog.
Hey.
I am Melina.
Yeah, good to meet you.
I offer you an accord.
Yeah, that'd be great. Anything you could do to help out, because like I'm just trying to go see the king for no reason. I don't know where I am. I'm alone. I've got this garbage shield. I tried to take shelter from the storm earlier, and I found like a werewolf from an ancient civilization just hanging out in the cave, and the statue of a cat tried to kill me with ridiculous Platinum Games level moves. Anything at all. Yeah, sure. Take my runes, take everything. Just get me out of here. Eclipse says, we're counting down the days when I could say, nah to this cutscene then leave. In a Honda Accord, yeah. Jiffy Man says, like, her character model looks gorgeous. Yeah, no. She looks like something out of Final Fantasy. I've been playing Final Fantasy 15, like the complete edition lately. Oh, what a great game. And she looks very much like the kind of character that would be lifted from those. Yeah, we'll accept. Sev says, I'm playing Legend Arceus, and I'm addicted. I'm so glad to hear that. I'll get around to it at some point. We can now level up. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I bequeath to you this ring.
We also now get our mount, Torrent, which is basically a giant spectral reindeer.
It will summon a spectral steed named Torrent. Torrent has chosen you.
That's nice.
Treat him with respect.
Of course. So, we can use our Ashes of War, which we shan't. We can level up. How many levels can we grab?
Share them with me. Your thoughts.
A lot. But hold on, we're not going to do so just yet. We can do this on our own without Melina by our side because she is now going to disappear. Let's crush all of our Golden Rune 1 for an additional 1,200 runes. Now, how many levels can we pick up? Wow, 7. It's pretty impressive. Okay, kids, let's think. I'm going to go down the list and evaluate the significance of each of these stats to our build. Feel free to weigh in. Vigor's actually really important in Elden Ring because as we go on, bosses and enemies just deal an obscene amount of damage no matter what you do. So getting this up to a respectable level would be pretty important. Maybe not now, though. As you can see, we could take a couple hits from even bosses and still be standing, so... Mind is critical for FP, and also potency of our magic. We're going to, Eclipse says, is it? Oops. No, man! You're good. You were already in the part of the game where it doesn't really matter if you have, like, 12 Vigor, or 28 Vigor, or 40 Vigor. Lots of things will still 1 and 2 shot you. But again... unless I just start spamming weapon arts, which I may well do once we get some good ones, FP isn't going to be super important until we start to make use of sorcery, which could be another, like, 30 levels down the line, right? Endurance for more stamina and equip load is going to be really important. Strength, we might want to get strength up to around 16 or 17, maybe even 20, so we can wield some heavier, more imbalanced dex weapons or intelligence weapons, but dex is going to be our principal stat for the time being. Intelligence will be important down the road, very important. Faith is relatively unimportant for this build, so I'm not going to level it, even though, despite wanting to play a spell sword build, I will say incantations, the spiritual successor to miracles, are way cooler in terms of what they do and how they appear in this game. Miracles have gone so far above and beyond just support magic. They are arguably the superior class. There's only those two in this game, by the way. Sorceries and miracles, or incantations. No pyromancy, no hexes, but each of those two classes of magic has multiple distinct schools or styles of magic contained within, each of which supports a drastically different playstyle. We'll explore more about that as we carry on. Eclipse says, I am glad they made Endurance good again. As am I. And Arcane is actually going to be pretty important for that bleed damage. So, here's what I'm thinking, okay? Let's get our dex up to 18 so we can break out the flail. That'll be 3 levels. Let's get our endurance up to 15 so we can just be a little bit more content with our stamina and our equip load. Let me see. Do we just want to go ahead and raise dex to 20? Like an even 20? Levels are super cheap now, and we can respec pretty easily later on, so this isn't binding. But or do we maybe want to get Arcane up to 10? Oh, and one interesting thing. You may notice look at the improvement in our item discovery here. 2 whole levels, and it goes from 109 to 110. And you might be thinking, Brady, that's not much of an improvement at all, right? How are you going to improve your item discovery rate by leveling Arcane if you get 1 point every 2 or 3 levels? Here's the thing. Elden Ring does something really, really smart with its leveling system. Again, something very praiseworthy that a lot of other FromSoft titles didn't. For many stats, as long as you aren't nearing the effective soft cap, which tends to be very high in this game, the more levels you invest, the more points you're spending to show that a stat is important to you, the more considerable, the more distinct, the larger the bonuses conferred by each additional level will be. Not the same, not consistent, not smaller, you get more out of that stat. So, if, say, taking a level in mind gives me, say, 2 points of FP now, if I invest a few more points, I might start getting 4 points of FP per level, or 6, or so on, right? That's really cool. Increasing returns, gradually expanding returns, not diminishing returns on levels for stats that are critical to player development or build growth. I love it, I love it, I love it. So we're going to pick this for now, But we are going to maybe get Arcane up to around 15 and then leave it 12, 15, somewhere in there. Then we're going to keep building our decks, keep building our endurance a little bit. I'd like to get both of them up to 20. Then start building vigor, then start building intelligence with dexterity kind of hanging back. That's the build so far. I'm probably going to adjust this on the fly multiple times because I'm, as many of you are well aware, very, very, very flighty. So we could go up through the gates here, right? We could go up to Stormgate and on through. On to Godric's Castle, even if we so chose, but I don't so choose. We are going to explore all of this first, probably for the remainder of today's stream. In search of levels, in search of gear, and most importantly, in search of... Oh, no, sorry, the flail actually has slightly worse damage, even though we can use it. But it'll be absolutely essential for one dungeon in particular right around the corner. In search of new abilities, like Ashes of War and the like. So let's just make our way down through the camp, crush the glowing skull for a rune. You'll always get a rune from them. And if it's nighttime, that may mean we can encounter a special friend on the road leading out of the camp. Yes, there are nighttime specific bosses. No bosses or encounters in the game that are particular to the daytime for whatever reason, or like dawn or dusk. Only nighttime, which is kind of arbitrary and feels like a strange way to wall content off. But it's here. And if the nighttime specific boss is out on the road, it is gonna be an interesting fight at this level. I am probably going to get eviscerated. It's late enough that they should be here. Oh, right! Torrent, the whistle. I forgot. Since we can now use our horse, or our reindeer, more accurately, let's equip his whistle. A delicate goldwork ring can be used as a finger whistle. Sound the whistle to summon and ride Torrent, the spectral seed. Upon his death, the spectral seed can be summoned again, but doing so consumes a charge of the Crimson Tear Flask. Right. Oh, no, it's not out here. That's someone or something else. That is a mercenary. Since Godric's army isn't exactly in the best of shape, he recruited a massive coterie of mounted pseudo-Mongolian mercenaries, the Kaiden sellswords. And they are tough, and also not attacking these bat-like creatures here. You'll notice sometimes at night, the Erd tree will start kind of scattering this pollen, this golden pollen, across the lands, and it does something for item discovery rate, or runes gathered, or something. Hold on. Let me just get my sword out. The sellsword is no joke. So, we're going to use our weapon art to... Ow. Dismount him if we can. There we go. And now we can finish him. Nice! These are brutal enemies, but their armor and their weapon, woo, fantastic. Now someone's calling to us for aid, and that someone should be disguised somewhere in the area.
Me in the eye. I'm not that ugly, am I?
Here he is. How on earth you're supposed to find him, I have no idea.
Oh, yes.
This is Buck, the tailor.
Some clod turned me into a tree. You were just breaking the spell, weren't you? Thank you. The name's Bok. I was pushed out of the cave. Told not to come back. Not ever. Then I ended up as a tree. Lucky you came along, really. Oh, what a shame. When they threw me out of the cave, they took everything I owned.
and so this is all I have to express my thanks. I hope you can forgive me.
Oh yeah, no problem. What's it got? Okay, a bunch of mushrooms. That actually can come in handy
Or to wait
down the
for a
line.
while. I could sneak back into the cave and bring back something of actual value. Then I'd be of some real use to you, I reckon.
His people are an intelligent, but in every other instance hostile race of goblinoid creatures who serve as swarming, typically very, very fast and furious, but exceptionally frail enemies in several areas, mostly in Limgrave.
I'm frightened of them, so I have to gather myself. My knees start knocking, just thinking about that god-awful cave on the shore.
So he's giving us a hint as to where we can head to advance his quest line. A shoreline cave, which we may or may not visit today. Frankly, I'm just proud of myself for being able to cut that sellsword down while only taking a single hit. They are nasty, nasty pieces of work, friends. Is there anything worth gathering on this particular shard of the temple? My question is, if the temple didn't survive, how in the hell did the wolfmen? We can find, usually along roadsides, these war memorials, which give us pseudo-poetic backstory on the various gods. Godric the Golden, humiliated, having tasted defeat by the blade of Miquella. Remember, Miquella is the god of dreams, beauty, and sleep. Dreams, beauty, diplomacy, I want to say, and more broadly, religiosity. Now on his knees, begging for mercy. Yeah, so Godric was defeated, Godric was humiliated, and Godric has spent the better part of a millennium taking it out on his own people. Eclipse says those sellswords are nasty as hell. They are. They really are. But they do teach us one very important lesson for Elden Ring. If you're fighting a nasty mounted enemy, go for the horse. Every single time. Dismount them. Well, I don't think the nighttime... No, the nighttime specific enemy is out. Look at that thing ambling along across the bridge. I mentioned earlier in response to Eclipse that the Nazgul are in this game. Well, that's one of them. A roving mortician, more than happy to make its own business, and a member of a special contingent called the Knights Cavalry, N-I-G-H-T. We also got a unique crafting item, or a rare crafting item, called Arteria Leaf. Dark red leaves with thick, swollen veins. A faint pulse can be felt in the veins, stirs the blood, providing an enlivening effect. Guys, I don't know if I can take the Knights Cavalry at this level, but we're gonna try. They're mounted, and the little lesson we just learned from the Caden sellswords actually applies here. If we can take down the horse, we can take down the rider. And the Knights Cavalry's horse, thankfully, is friggin' huge. Wanted to kill the nobles for an extra charge of the flask. So I kind of wish they called them Night Knights. I kind of wish they had any purpose in lore. They have lore associated with themselves, but you never... It makes no sense to have them as nocturnally exclusive enemies, or just kind of wandering around the kingdom aimlessly. It's weird. They're largely just there. That was one of these scarabs holding... oh god. Did not mean to aggro you. Did not mean to aggro you and them. Jesus Christ, what is it with me and getting massive hordes of enemies on me accidentally? To be fair, that is not something that will happen all game. It is a peculiarity of Limgrave's design. Okay, that's a lot of health. Just sit still, man. Like, attack me, bring it on. Yeah, like that, sure. And this is kind of one of the problems of Elden Ring boss design. Bosses tend to be evasive as all hell, meaning not just, like, they dodge improperly timed or targeted attacks, but if you exploit their opening, half the time, there is no opening, because they jump 10 feet away from you, and you might be thinking, well, Brady, that one's on a horse. That kind of makes sense, right? Sure. But this is going to happen a lot of times when we fight bosses without mounts. Eclipse says, I wish there wasn't 8 of them, and they weren't similar to tree sentinels, of which there are also several. Yeah, asset and concept reuse is something that's going to happen a lot in this game. And not Sekiro style, where bosses or encounters appear more than once, but always in a different context, expected to encourage players to use different mechanics, or deal with different or unique attacks or movesets or what have you. No, just the same exact thing reused multiple times without any substantial difference. Well, what did we learn? We don't deal quite enough damage to the Knight's Cavalry to justify fighting it here, and trust me, the rewards for killing it are not worth the hassle at this time. Once we upgrade our weapon a couple times, and we can upgrade this sword once already, thanks to the second smithing stone we picked up along the way, we should be able to take it, but not right now. Now, up there is a casket being pulled by 2 massive trolls. Really nasty giants. But the fact that they're chained to the casket will make dealing with them, if we so choose, a little easier. And we only have to kill one of them to crack the chest. While the carriage is in motion, it cannot be looted. But as soon as we stop it, well, we can. So just, come at me, bro. But said in Sean Connery's voice. I can't do a Sean Connery, but there was my best attempt. These are the small fry of the gods' armies of the Lord Sworn, foot soldiers. A lot of times we'll see them manning siege equipment, carrying out recon, serving as lookouts. I'm sorry, was that guy looking through his bugle? I know it was meant to be used as, like, you know, a rough-hewn replacement for a spyglass, so they didn't have to model one. But, dude, professional soldier, that is not how, like, horns work. At all. Okay, so we sneak up on him, and we unsheath. We unsheath to unhorse to unlife. Flip says yes. Yes, he was. Great. Good. Godric's got the best soldiers, you guys. The very best. Okay, let's try this. Trolls are nasty as hell. Because, good lord, can they AoE. But you know what else they can do? Bleed. Oh, and we stunned one. Great, 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 great. Let's exploit that. Again, katanas deal above average poise damage for any weapon, but especially for dex weapons. The procession is now a thing of the past. This casket is officially off course. And since it can't pull it all on its own, this other poor troll is more or less stuck here. I feel bad for it, and also want its runes, so you know what to do. You see how easily that broke his poise, man? Katana's weapon arts are really strong. Now, if you want to see a totally, like, gimmick or cheese-free run, I highly suggest checking out my dear friend Eclipse site, who is present in chat with us today. He is an expert challenge runner who has beaten almost the entirety of Elden Ring without leveling Vigor, using summons, or excessive reliance upon weapon arts. It's a great challenge run, a really, really impressive one, and one I highly recommend all of you guys to go follow here on Twitch if you're a fan of this type of content and want to see somebody more skilled than myself amble through one of these games. Oh, some of those noble sorcerers are mixed in with this procession, which is following the the train very, very languidly. Man, if we can get one of the nobles to drop their swords, we will be in the money. Yep, there's one of the sorcerers. Not doing jack. There's the thrusting sword version of the noble weapon. Drop your shield. Cliff says, the overswing on those tiny noble swords is so funny. It really is. They'd have no momentum at all. They're trying, though. Points for trying. What's in the chest? If I recall correctly, it's something else that some of y'all may like, but isn't really for me. Yeah, a big, bulky great axe. Way too heavy. But great axe akin to a huge lump of iron, recognized as the weapon of choice of Badland chieftains. Too heavy to be wielded by those of merely ordinary strength. Blows from this axe will flatten enemies, and the force of its charged attack is a sight to behold. That's true. This thing just eviscerates poise. Skill is barbaric roar. Let loose a bestial roar to rally the spirit and increase attack power. While active, strong attacks change to savage combo attacks. That's cool. Like a passive buff that also changes up the weapon's base moveset. That's a really nice idea. I can't show it off because we don't have the stats, but while I have you guys here, let's show off the spinning chain for the flail, shall we? Fear me. Didn't mean to use that. Meant to use this. What was the follow-up they mentioned? Oh, whoa! That's the heavy attack. What's the light attack variant? Dude! Those follow-ups to the weapon art, like the spinning chain itself isn't much to write home about, but those follow-up attacks are nice! Let's play around with the flail against these guys so you can see its true power. Feel free to blow that horn. Nobody's coming. But proudly display that banner. Cliff says the follow-ups are great, but that spinning chain looks so stupid. Looks like a knight somehow saw the like blaster deflection shots from or scenes from Star Wars and were like, "Oh, I bet I could do that, Paige." Eclipse says you'd want to spin it at your side, then bring it down with that momentum. Yep. Yep. No, it looks like they're trying terribly to deflect projectiles. So we're at the Waypoint Ruins, and you know what ruins mean, kids. More cellars to loot. And our first encounter with Mirandas. Described as carnivorous flowers that spread poison and other pollutants around the lands between. They are tanky as all get out, and can afflict us with, yeah, like I said, poison or other status effects really easily. Good news, though, poison really isn't too bad, all things considered. They do have some magic and melee attacks of their own, though, however they're used very sparingly. They were guarding a rune, immunizing cured meat, and crafting items, poison bloom and Miranda powder. Clip says the way he's doing it now is changing the direction of the momentum as he turns it into a strike. Yeah, you're right. And Savage says, I hate how badly I needed their powder in the later parts of my playthrough. Did you use perfume or to craft certain items? I assume it would be for perfume, right? Here's our cellar, and unfortunately we can't do a whole lot here because we're poisoned and it's a boss. So we'll need to hit up a Site of Grace and then come back. Good news. Sites of Grace aren't too far between. That was just spark perfume. Okay. Some more nobles working under the auspices of one of the sellswords. Should be a checkpoint somewhere around here. Around the lake. our friends the large crabs from Dark Souls 3 are back, but these are way more manageable. We'll come back for that weapon art. Okay, let's... Hey, Jiffy Man, congratulations, dude. The putrid avatars are really nasty. It's like Asylum Demon, but rather than repetitious, it's repetitious and frustrating. Good God, this poison might actually kill me before I find a checkpoint. It will. Jesus Christ. It's because our immunity is so low. Immunity is a stat related to, it's either endurance or I think it's arcane, actually. The clip says, this is the part in a blind playthrough where people would be telling you to go into the lake, right? Good news is, I do know enough of what I'm doing to not fall prey to things like that. There is horseback combat in the game. It's serviceable. It's really simple. Really, really simple. But serviceable. Let's go get our runes, because Brady needs some levels. We can just ignore the baggage train this time. What's this? Oh, more smithing stone. Yes, yes, we definitely need that. We'll fight the sellsword on horseback, just to show you what horseback combat looks like. Now you may be thinking, Brady, would it be worthwhile to fight Knight's Cavalry on horseback if it's a little tough on foot? Not really. Knight's Cavalry is way... and other horseborn bosses tend to be way more mobile and versatile in their moveset while astride their mount than you are. So if anything, it's a little bit harder to not have the full range of motion and defensive measures afforded by regular on-foot travel when you're trying to fight them. But your experience may vary. I've heard some people say that, like, oh, the horseback bosses are much easier to fight from atop torrent, but... yeah, raise the alarm like I care. I just need my runes. And I need them badly. First things first, can we get the weapon art? No. We'll come back for it again. Oh no! One of the crabs got it for us! Oh, and it's a copy of Unsheath we can apply to other weapons. Okay, sure. That's not bad. We've already seen how powerful Unsheath is, so imagine applying it to a weapon that deals even more base poise damage than our katana. The clip says, they're easier to fight through attrition on torrent, but gods, it takes ages. Yeah. Like, hit-and-run tactics taken to an absolute extreme. So, there were some ruins over here, right? What are they called? The Dragonburnt Ruins. I'm sure that has no broader implications for the area. Don't worry about it. What, they're talking? They're saying Ahil, O Ahil, which is, kind of important. I did not notice that my first time around. So they're worshipping the thing that lives on this lake. Okay. That's a cool little narrative touch. They've also got these particularly shaggy dogs. Not exactly warhounds, just emaciated, super shaggy dogs with them. The dogs do most of the fighting here, while the nobles just kind of... well, they do noble things. Feral Flame of Hakil. Not exactly feral, is it? More like primordial, but okay, nobles, you guys know what you're talking about more than I do. Trina's Lilies. fairly special crafting item. A light purple water lily that's on the verge of wilting. A symbol of faith in St. Trina. Dulls the senses, preventing agitation. In other words, it's a soporific. It's used to craft items that you can put enemies to sleep with, or otherwise knock them unconscious with. We want to explore all of the ruins if we can. Notice there's a cellar over there that's kind of being walled off, but there's a cellar over here. This cellar has some rats in it, but despite being just as nasty as they typically are, the rats aren't too much for our katana to take out. And our reward at the end of the cellar is a chest. Now, dear friends, do be careful, because this chest is a trap. And upon opening it, a mist will issue out and attempt to ensnare you. If it catches you, it'll teleport you elsewhere. It'll bring you to a place you really, really don't want to be this early in the game. And virtually everyone who discovers this dungeon, myself included, falls prey to it their first time through. Why? Because you've probably struck the chest or otherwise interacted with it to prove it's not a mimic, but while mimics aren't exactly a thing in Elden Ring, these so-called transporter chests are, and they function a little differently. The actual prize of the ruins is hidden in the cellar that's walled off over to the side. And to get there, we'll need to double jump using Torrent, who does have the most beautiful little gallop. And through here we find cellar number 2, with actual treasure. And the treasure this time is pretty good. Have a look at this. Yeah, baby, they brought back twin blades. And twin blades are honestly better than ever. A sword with blades on both sides of the hilt. This weapon is difficult to wield and demands high dexterity. Can be wielded with a single hand, but its true strength is unlocked with dual-handed spinning attacks. Its skill is the spinning slash, favored by dexterous warriors, meaning it'll also, if you apply the Ash of War variant of spinning slash to a weapon, it'll give it keen scaling, so dex-favored scaling. Slash foes as your body spins. Additional input allows for a follow-up attack. Look at this beautiful piece of work. Now, it's not really for me. I like twin blades, but I've always found them a little tricky to use. But good God, is it beautiful. Look at this. And now that spinning slash skill. Nice. Yeah, baby. That's a good one. That is a good one. A good two-hit combo weapon art. But back to the katana, because the katana will carry us, and it's also probably the type of weapon I would say I'm most accustomed to using in Souls-likes. Even when katanas themselves aren't an option, I tend to favor long, swift swords above everything else. So there's a couple more rats to clear out. Stone sword key, very nice. Eclipse says twin blades are fun. Twin blades are fun, and for players such as yourself who know how to use them well, they can be absolutely devastating. I would need to experiment with them and kind of learn them properly. Okay, did we get just about everything here? We also got something called a rune arc, which is a tiny fragment of one of those runes that define or anchor reality, as I mentioned before. Like a tiny sliver of the Elden Ring or one of the other runes that codifies the Greater Will's intentions as like the fundaments of reality. And we can use them in conjunction with other items we get later on to temporarily buff our stats in various fun ways. Cliff says they're not fun when NPC invaders use them. No, they are not. There's one twin blade wielding invader we'll encounter later on who is just, oi, nasty. Okay, so enough preamble. There's lots of land squirts out around the swamp, but they won't be too dangerous. Y'all ready to have some fun? You're gonna have fun, I'm not. Actually, what we're about to see is one of the most impactful and stunning early game fights in Elden Ring. I really, really like this one. It's against an opponent with perfectly telegraphed attacks, it's against an opponent with great rewards for bringing them down, and it's in a beautifully designed arena. This is as good as this particular type of fight gets in the entire game, in my opinion. One quick aside about Torrent. Instead of a, dodge rule or anything, obviously, Torrent will temporarily accelerate his speed of movement to dash us out of the way of danger when we press the circle button. Real quick. Oh yeah, these squirts are guarding something, aren't they? Hold on, let's get to that first. Dodging the poison, of course. Yeah, Eclipse is excited for this one. I am too. It's a lot of poison there, boys. Okay. There you go. This is usually how land squirt encounters go. They do have that one very weak melee attack kind of slapping at you, but just, there will be a massive cluster of them gathered around some important item, and you just spend a minute or two dodging poison clouds and hacking them to pieces. Thing is, though, that poison mist, in addition to dealing poison, or causing poison buildup, does damage you. Most mist attacks of this sort that are typically used just to inflict status effects in other Soulsborne games They will actually deal physical damage. They'll deal it repeatedly, and they will deal it very, very quickly. Mist or napalm style attacks are the absolute worst in Elden Ring. And, of course, loads of enemies have them. More Arteria Leaf. Well, alright. Okay. Time for the main event. Get ready. I love this one. So they were praying to something called a heal, right? These folks, the crazed nobles. Well, if we approach their shrine... Yep, it's a dragon. It's a dragon already. Now, I'm going to be complaining like hell about attack telegraphs and boss design later in the game, but dragons actually have exceptional telegraphing, for the most part. You will never have, no idea what they're doing. Breath attacks can be nasty to dodge, though. What we want to do then, ideally see the attack coming a little bit earlier than I did, and then, close the distance so we can slash at the side of his neck and his rear legs. Good news, dragons can be bled. They're resilient, of course. But you can inflict bleed damage. Wait for it. Okay, so when he takes flight, that means fire breath is a-coming. Got a ton of health, doesn't he? But he's perfectly manageable. Oh, we bled him there. Nice. You can stun dragons. You can break their poise and open them up for critical hits, too. It's just very, very, very hard to do. This fight is beautiful. This fight is cinematic. This fight is very unexpected if you're a longtime Souls player. Like, oh, they're starting us with dragons this early, right? Yes, it's great. No complaints from me about this one. Okay, here it comes. Let's really stand up in the saddle to get to those back legs. Anytime he raises his tail while we're behind him, he is going to follow up with that sweep attack, so get the hell out of the way. Woo! Okay, that hit Torrent more than it... or that hurt Torrent more than it hurt us. That's fine. Torrent is expendable. And he just whiffed that flame breath entirely, not like I'm complaining. Okay, this is not ideal terrain for fighting this thing, but alright, alright, alright. We can make it work. Jesus Christ, Torrent, run! Got him! Got him with bleed damage. There we go, baby. Nice. That counts as a great enemy. No real distinction between them. Except great enemies tend to get you a bit more, and we got something called a Dragon Heart in this notification. A new draconic power is available at the Cathedral of Dragon Communion. Beautiful. That, to me, is probably one of the better fights in the game. That one right there. Savage says, I like the dragon fights in this game, except the one on the bridge with its cheater flyby spray. Here's the problem. The big problem. This game has a lot of dragon fights, which is good, which is cool. And almost all of them are just worse variations on this exact fight. Same basic moveset, same basic idea, oftentimes very similar rewards. They are all inferior versions of this. And the ones that aren't just Agil, but insert element here, are mechanically far worse than this. So this is a really good boss, but unfortunately for dragons, in my humble opinion, it's also probably as good as they get. But really, really strong on its own. Eclipse says it's only really doable if you hit their head. They don't stagger in the legs hardly at all. Yeah, that's true. That's true. His most dangerous melee attack is the tail swipe. Yep, pretty fast, and it can kill Torrent and render you kind of helpless very easily. And Eclipse says, this isn't ideal terrain. I heal. Yeah, I got you. He was a bro. He was helping out. Yeah, that was nice, though. And we got a Dragon Heart for slaying him. Dragon Heart seized by a dragon tracker, riddled with gravelstone, which you can see kind of jutting from it along the northern hemisphere. This grotesque organ continues to beat vivaciously. An offering used in the Dragon Communion. Consume a dragon's heart at the altar to make its power yours. While a terrible and savage-looking thing, the heart has a peculiar beauty to it. Yes, so if we were running a faith-based build, guys, like, again, our dear friend Eclipsite is, we could use this, and we will get the spells anyhow, at one of 2 locations in the world to gain access to dragon-themed spells. Oftentimes, some of the same abilities that the dragons will use against us, which, again, is really, really cool in its own right. With Agil down, there's not much more to explore on the lake itself, but we can pal around the area for some brief and exciting treasure hunting, and then maybe explore a couple more dungeons to end today's stream. How's that sound? We did get a lot of runes from him, didn't we? Like, what, 5,000 runes? That's a lot for early game, obviously. There is something under the bridge, of course, but it is guarded by our oldest enemy, Big Crab. Big Crab, as I mentioned, is way more manageable now. Its eyes are glowing, meaning I think it'll give us more runes on death. Big Crab doesn't hit quite as hard, isn't quite as fast, and actually does stagger way more easily, which I appreciate. We get some crab eggs from Big Crab, along with a few of Trina's lilies. Again, if you're going to be crafting certain types of buffs or consumable weapons, super useful. Not really for us. If we head over here, there is a dungeon. A mine. And mines, dear friends, mean smithing stone. And smithing stone means better weapons and implements. Better weapons and implements means less time spent in Elden Ring boss encounters. Less time in Elden Ring boss encounters means happier Brady, which means this is a good place to be. Now, you may have noticed a little tunnel branching off to the side, a couple tunnels branching off of the main passage here. I don't know if there's anything in these, but in certain mine tile set dungeons, there will be. So let's have a look-see. Why, yes. Yes, there is. A very potent golden rune for this early in the game. What does it have to say? Oh, well, we also got a 2. Even now, runes are still being imbued with the power of life itself. Do you see the Erd Tree towering o'er? Eclipse says, mines are Brady's happy place. Oh, all of ours. All Elden Ring players, regardless of our feelings on the game, love the mines. Now, the mine is also the dungeon I requisitioned the flail for, because the regular guards in here happen to be resistant to all but striking and certain types of magic damage. So we're going to beat the crap out of them with a ball on a stick. The newest and greatest in military technology. Savage says, I felt like From cheated me when they took out the riposte opening out of the Crab's Mega Slam. Yeah, I can see that. It is at least much easier to actually deal with the crabs themselves in conventional melee, which is nice. Okay, what do we have here? Ashes of War. Can we replace the flails Ash of War with anything? Anything at all? Not anything that wouldn't tank its base damage, unfortunately. Real quick, we are going to... Oh, wait. We don't have to replace its affinity. We can keep its basic affinity and switch out the Ash of War. That's cool. Let's try out Storm Stomp. So here's the flail. Here's Storm Stomp. Ooh. Okay, okay. It's simple, but it can probably stun enemies pretty easily. So these are the miners. They are claymen. Oh, yeah. Storm Stomp seems to exist solely to stun enemies. Or interrupt them. That could be handy. They're slow, but powerful, and very, very durable. Even if we attack them with their weakness, a strike damage weapon, they can still take quite a few hits. Some of them also use the ores they've gathered in these bundles on their backs as projectile weapons. And they are not always standard ores. Some of them explode, some of them are magic elemental, and so on. Anytime we see glowing yellow or white ore in the mines, though, we definitely want to run on over to collect it, as it'll be smithing stone of one of 2 types. For both of the weapons we've used so far, flail and katana, we'll just want standard smithing stone. No need to worry about the other variant just yet. What I really like about these early game side dungeons is they're short, they're atmospheric, and they're usually pretty heavily loaded with useful items of both the permanent and consumable variety. Okay, this is not great. Okay, I'm starting to think that maybe Storm Stomp isn't exactly going to be the savior we were looking for. Not on its own, anyway. Eclipse says, you do have 13k runes you might want to spend, by the way. Oh, no, I'm aware. I want to clear this dungeon, then we'll level. I may not get it first try, but there's a stake of Marika right outside the boss room, so I'm pretty confident that I'll be able to handle this one. The boss, coincidentally, is also weak to strike damage. Fisherman says, alright, I'm gonna go get my mom pizza. Have a good day and night. Alright, man, thank you so much for joining us. Glad you could be here for my my return stream. Hope you're doing well. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Enjoy your dinner. And be sure to stop by and see us next time you see us live, alright? We will, of course, be here way more regularly now, I would think. Hold on, there's another tunnel here. Tunnel could mean smithing stone. Smithing stone could mean better weapon. There's the Stake of America. Oh, right, some of them also carry lanterns that double as flamethrowers, like, well, much like the flamethrower from Bloodborne, which this game takes a lot of less than enjoyable cues from. Glintstone scrap. Glintstone is the magically associated... Whoa. These are explosive stones. Whoa, just punch me. Why don't you? Glintstone is the magically infused stone that the astrologers and many other types of mages use to practice their crafts. I think glintstone scraps are just consumable throwing weapons that we can use to pelt enemies with magic projectiles. Not great, not terrible. So through that optional little hidden cavern, we were able to get some more smithing stone. Oh, the white smithing stone over there, though, that is the good stuff. 1 second. Okay, just a rune. But then somber smithing stone, which is used to enforce or reinforce unique weapons. Not just boss weapons, but anything else with like a non-exchangeable weapon art, anything else with a great deal of story or plot significance, weapons that are awarded as, more often than not, dungeon prizes, things of that nature. But what was at the bottom of that other elevator shaft? Probably just a smithing stone or two, but I want to see to be sure. Or maybe I don't. Well, no, we can drop down here, I think. Yeah. Yeah, okay, we're good. There has to be more treasure because I can hear the miners' pickaxes rebounding off the walls. I see dogs already. That's not good. Maybe it's just the one? Okay, that felt pretty good. Large glintstone scraps. Nice. Not gonna use them, but glad to know they're there. Oh, that didn't bring the dog down? Really now? Okay. Thing about these guys is, they don't really stagger. You can backstab them in the leg, but they do not stagger. Not easily, anyhow. Eclipse asked, did you wind up that flail like a cartoon punch? Yes, this is the charge attack. Look at this. I love this. That's amazing. And then he doesn't even go with the initial, like, arc or direction of the swing. He swings the weapon to one side, then, like, reverses his grip, or reverses the direction of his grip, and brings it down from the other side. That's amazing. More smithing stone. All smithing stone 1 for the most part, but that's okay. We do need it. Now, we have only one healing item, so we may not be able to get this boss first try, but, you know, we're gonna give it our best. There will be a Stake of America more or less right outside. Okay. It's a boss that should look kind of familiar, even though it does have a unique palette and weapon. It's a troll. It's the Stone Digger troll. Fortunately, it is weak to strike damage. Pretty damn weak to strike damage, actually. Oof. Damn it! That is one of my big complaints with the boss design, made apparent. Like Bloodborne, Elden Ring loves its AoE attacks. The attack that killed me was a hammer slam that I dodged so broadly, or by such a wide margin, that I was behind the handle or the heft of the hammer, and still, according to the game, took the full force of the blow. If you ask me, that probably shouldn't have killed me. But remember, Elden Ring's inherent design assumes that the player, in many instances, is going to have one or more friendly summons on their side, or in the arena with them. So it's kind of preferential towards bosses with ridiculous AoEs, or chains of AoEs, or other maneuvers that are intended to wear players down by attrition. It's not undodgeable in the most technical sense, but it is considerably harder to dodge, and harder to dodge consistently, than many equivalent maneuvers in other FromSoft titles would have been. Especially for an opponent at this stage of the game. Anything we can use? No. Okay. Eclipse says, nice jump, thank you. This is one shockwave attack where we can use our jump to great advantage. Really? One, two, three. There's the slam. Which also tracks you. Just, for the love of God, stun. There we go. This is gonna hurt. Yeah, look at that. Not the most dexterous handling of the boss, but we got him down, and we also got a medallion that's not quite for us, but it enhances roar and breath attacks specifically, so a lot of spells and weapon arts. A bronze medallion depicting a roaring giant. In ancient times, the giants were mortal enemies of the Erd Tree. Their bellowing roars desolated nature, triggered avalanches, and whipped up storms of flame. Eclipse says, yeah, like Mog hitting me with a trident I dodged by 3 feet. Same exact thing, yeah. And FromSoft has had this problem before, mind, but in Elden Ring it happens a lot. So frequently I have a very hard time believing it was incidental and not the intended way for these AoEs to play out. Eclipse says to name one of about 100 instances. And also, giant bosses shouldn't be so finicky to hit. Yeah, they really shouldn't. I guess in this case, it's a very particular quirk, though, of the trolls having such an emaciated, kind of bony lower body. And you can wail on them between attacks, to be fair, but it's something we will not see holding true for a lot of other giant bosses. So, with that, we can make our way back to the entrance of the tunnels. Or no, tell you what, to Agheel Lake North. No, sorry, I know I'm going back and forth. Back to the tunnels, because what we're actually going to do then is follow the river north as far as we can, because there's a couple more goodies we can gather out in the open world. Hey, Insanity Central, how's it going? They say trolls not quite Jabba the Hutt on stilts. Yeah, that's true. These are very special trolls. So we can get 6 levels. Here's what I'm thinking. 2 Dex. 2 Arcane. because Arcane will, of course, be increasingly important. And then 2 Vigor. Yeah, we'll go with that for now. Insanity Central says, I'm alright, just taking it easy this weekend. Right on. How are things for you? I've been well, thank you. Relaxing at the end of the semester now that I've submitted final grades. Anxious as all get out because I'm going to be getting my first set of student evaluations of my performance tomorrow. Or at least I should. But I'm doing alright. Doing alright. Glad to see you, man. Now, before we do anything else, we're actually going to go... No, we're going to reach our next dungeon, then we're going to go back to the church so we can use the blacksmith's anvil to refine this sword a little bit. We need to put some English on this one. Hello, big crab. So it's just the trolls kind of remind me of the Glavenus line in the Monster Hunter franchise. Weirdly nimble feet for something so large. I don't know of those, but my knowledge of Monster Hunter is really spotty. I know a lot of the bosses in that game are pretty agile, so it's unsurprising. A lot of things in Elden Ring, enemies and bosses alike just feel too nimble for what the player can do as far as, like, pursuit and containment of hostiles. But that's a problem we'll discuss in later streams. Again, right now we're in Limgrave, so everything's fine, everything's good, everything's happy. He says as he rides underneath several hanging corpses that are about to attack. Now here's the way skeletal enemies work in Elden Ring. They tend to fall apart really easily, but then some unseen spectral force will, as per Limgrave norm, cause 5 enemies to just, like, swarm your ass. Slowly knit the skeleton back together, if unaddressed. But if you strike them one more time while that energy suffuses them, they will be permanently dispatched. Oh, for Christ's sake! And the damn dragonflies. Ugh. Fuck off! And you can't just say this is me running haphazardly into a bunch of enemies. This is not the way most encounters in the game work. This is a very particular function of the first zone. Everything is not exactly an ambush, just a massive horde of enemies. Oh, right, and this one has a crossbow. We actually want the crossbow, and we want the dragonflies to go away. Eclipse says, the Gargoyle Twin Blade gets up to an A in strength with heavy adjustment, which is nice. Yeah, that is really nice. And a B with standard. That's impressive. So just think a giant ballerina T-Rex with a greatsword on its ass. Great! Yeah, that sounds lovely. Fuck off! Oh, God. Normally I have a very easy time with skeletal enemies, just not, 7 of them at once, with a dragonfly doing skirmishing. Okay. Okay. Let's just climb our way out of the tunnels, again. And move very, very slowly. Insanity Central says if a T-Rex didn't use a greatsword, I don't know what other weapon they'd use. And Eclipse is a hammer, probably. T-Rex teeth were actually fairly blunt. Yeah, they were. With their tiny arms, maybe, I don't know, something like a lance or a pike. Something that could actually allow them to reach enemies on the ground. Okay. Let's go get our runes back. Taking out a few enemies along the way, such as the damn dragonflies. There we go. The dragonflies serve more as harassment than anything else, but they're weirdly aggressive. Okay, so even though a lot of it's just kind of boring swamp fauna, let's hack through everything around this bridge so we don't get swarmed again. Whoa! Just for fun. The spearmen here do have some pretty sick range. Oh, come on then. Is the other one not going to drop down? Until we pass under, huh? Okay, okay. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, because the others have been aggroed now. Okay, that's alright, that's fine. Man, I wish I had a better shield. What says, granted the entire T-Rex is a more effective weapon than any melee build could give it. Oh, so true, so true. And Insanity Central asks, if their teeth are blunt, wouldn't they themselves be considered melee? Oh yeah, very, very, very high striking damage. Oh, that one drops some fire grease. Think, pine resin from Dark Souls. That would actually be pretty useful if I weren't planning to spell sword this build in a bit and give us far, far better weapon infusions. Skeletal Knights are actually a pretty rare enemy. We will not see very many of them. Damn! Just the synergy on these spearmen is insane. They stagger really easily and go down super quickly, but they can deal obscene damage. They can drop their weapons, all of these skeletal mobs. It's just a low chance that they will. Eclipse says, if Twin Blades didn't suck on horseback, it'd be fun for the giant. Maybe a strat where I jump on and off will burn him down. Maybe. You can definitely bleed him really easily with a Twin Blade. So friends, we are coming up on one of, I think, the last 2 dungeons we'll be tackling today. Well, 2.5 maybe. But before we enter it, we're going to have to pass a quick little skill check. You know, I mentioned how much I love bleed and want to run like a bleed build? Here's an opportunity to get one component of that build, potentially. Bloody Finger Nereus, who fights with a Blood Elemental dagger. Blood Affinity dagger. And is evasive as all hell. But look at that, we bled him. NPC invaders can heal, but with an Estus Flask, but only once. And here is a scripted event where a friendly NPC will invade or get summoned in to help us. We don't need him, though. Nereus is down, and we gain his dagger as a prize. The arcane scaling Reduvia. Jagged dagger with a distinctive curved blade, used by the noble servants of the Lord of Blood. This dagger rips the flesh as it enters, inflicting blood loss with sickening efficacy. A proud testament to the success of its vicious design, this weapon is perpetually coated in blood. The Reduvia is a beautiful, beautiful piece of work. And it's our first weapon with a totally unique, fixed weapon art. The Reduvia Bloodblade, which you saw Nereus use to no avail against me there, the little shockwave, right? Slash with the wicked dagger, transforming its never-drying bloodstains into airborne blades that cause blood loss, can be fired in rapid succession. Savage says, I used that and the Great Knife for 90% of my first playthrough. Love that thing. Yeah, Reduvi is really, really good. But that ally that showed up to, attempt to assist us, Yora, the Bloody Finger Hunter, we can find him up ahead, I think. Yep, here he is. Really cool looking Ronin character.
Tarnished. Wow. You fought Nereus and survived.
He has special dialogue if you cut Nereus down before he can even arrive.
Hunter of bloody fingers. Tarnished. Held in thrall by cessblood. Zealots. Who stalk their own. You stay the path. You are certain to face more of them. Just remember. No kinship with their ilk remains. Their madness precludes it. Don't let your emotions stay your blade. Be on your way. Perhaps we will meet again. If fate permits.
So he does have a quest line, but one that we can't advance for a long time. We also could have run into him somewhere up around Agheel Lake, where he would advise us or caution us against kind of careless use of dragon hearts or dragon communion, because it's entirely possible for people to permanently alter themselves in disfavorable ways if they do so. It's entirely a lore thing, however, as dragon communion can be not but beneficial for us in-game. So welcome to this little cave. It's dark as hell. So dark, in fact, that I think we're going to run back to the church really quickly now that we have the warp point. And reinforce our sword, and maybe buy that torch, since we can't buy a lantern yet. Eclipse says, see, he never cautioned me. I don't have a problem. No. Oh, yeah. We get to meet one of my favorite characters now. Yay! And she's going to give us something we'll never use. Look at this design. Isn't that striking? She's also responsible for this mist that now coats the ground and has knocked our merchant ally out.
A pleasure to meet thee, Tarnished. I am the witch Renna. I'd heard tell of a Tarnished hurtling about atop a spectral steed, and upon looking into the matter, the talk, I surmise, is of thee.
Notice she appeared in the intro cinematic.
To call forth a spectral steed named Torrent.
Yeah, we can summon Torrent.
As I had hoped, I was entrusted this for thee by Torrent's former master.
Notice she has 4 arms. That is a distinctive trait of the Carians, an ancient lineage of not quite human creatures, possibly aliens, that are tightly associated with sorceries of the night and of the full moon. They operate the Academy Kingdom of Raya Lucaria to the north. So we get the Spirit Calling Bell and a wolf summon.
Calling forth spirit.
It's called the Lone Wolf Ashes, but we summon 3 of them. 3 lone wolves, which is something of an oxymoron.
Will obey thine command but briefly, as they recall battles past. Now it is thine
It's basically Pokemon.
to do with as thou wishest.
Eclipse says, meanwhile, I have 4 dragon hearts in my inventory.
Choosing Tarnished,
There's not a whole lot to use them for in late game.
but all the same, learn well the lands between. How long will it be, I wonder, before the Tarnished tire of obeisance to the 2 fingers?
Bye, Rena. Thanks for starting us down probably the longest, most intricate quest line in the game, and also giving us Pokemon. Insanity Central says that they all be wolves, but they ain't packing. Well, let's see. Item description. The spirits of 3 lone wolves. Spirits of wolves chased from their pack. As you said. They later encountered a nameless Tarnished who welcomed them as hunting companions. The wolf spirits overwhelm enemies with their agility, aiding the summoner in combat. Yeah, they are really, really good. Super aggressive. Not the most resilient, but they can quickly wear bosses and enemies down. Oh, if only I had a shield. Oh, and the bell. Right, we were going to look at the bell. The Pokemon bell. A bell capable of summoning various spirits from ashen remains. It usually requires FP to use. That's true. Another use of your magic. Spirits can only be summoned in the vicinity of a rebirth monument. When summoning is possible, the monument icon, looks a bit like a headstone, will be visible on the left side of the screen. You'll see it glowing and pulsing sporadically, usually outside of or around boss arenas. Only one type of spirit may be summoned at once, and none may be summoned during multiplayer. Right, again, they are like summons that you get to keep with you throughout the span of the game. I think that's great. I think the way that bosses were balanced to accommodate them is absolute garbage and unnecessary. So we can get our katana up to a +3. I think. Yeah, very, very nice. It didn't improve its scaling any, but its baseline damage was improved considerably. Guys, what I really want is a blood affinity weapon art that we can apply to this thing and just start raining pandemonium across the lands between. Alas, such remains beyond our reach for the time being. Do we have... Oh yeah, we have more than enough runes to make some purchases here.
There are others of my people who yet survive in these lands. If the mood takes you when you meet one, then offer them some trade, won't you? My people, wanderers all have long been spurned by the grace of gold, which is why we cannot settle, but instead are forced into this pitiful...
Yeah, so they've been cursed by America and the Greater Will. So they can't settle down. They have to eternally move about, and so they make their living as traders.
Kindred spirits of your people, the Tarnished.
They're good folks. They're going to be very helpful.
Don't need to hear this. See that no harm comes to my kin. We have a saying, we wanderers, lament not your solitude. Expect no sympathy, no regard, nothing. But if anyone dares harm us, show them no mercy. That is our code, so to speak. Just the way we are. Deeply unforgiving.
Okay, with that rather ominous warning issued, let's pick up a few things. Let's grab the torch for sure. We'll grab the large leather shield just to see if it's any better than what we've got. And the cookbooks, we'll come back to those later. I'm not going to be crafting anything soon. And yes, this is better all around. Not great, but better. A round shield covered in leather on the larger side for a medium-sized shield. Though its damage negation may be lacking compared to a metal shield, it can handle a wider range of attack affinities. Sure. And in place of our longbow, we will equip the torch, just to help us see in dark caves and catacombs and things of that nature, because this cave, the Murkwater Cave, is trapped to hell and back. Not with anything that'll damage us, but with little alarms that will alert the guards. And this cave is home to something I wish was far more common in Elden Ring. A particular enemy type, just a human chassis, like ourselves, with a unique armor set and, well, nothing more than that, just a unique armor set. But the fact that that enemy type is found here and nowhere else lends the side dungeon a distinct sort of character, both narratively and mechanically. And I wish more of the side dungeons would do that, instead of, as we will see later on, very heavily recycling assets, sometimes without cause. So I may end up tripping one of the alarms anyway. It's these little chains of bells tied together. They will alert these idiots. The bandits, the highwaymen. They are absolutely atrocious fighters, and our upgraded sword, ow, will saw through them like a knife through butter. There's just a handful of the bandits here, but they've got some loot. They've earned some loot through nefarious means that can actually be, ow, pretty helpful. And their armor's absolutely filthy, though, isn't it? Shameful, really, guys. Take better care of your stuff, whether you stole it or not. You're lucky you even have armor. Challenge runners don't even have that. And I think with that, we've gotten everything but their boots. The chest is just full of mushrooms. They've been very profitable, haven't they? And believe it or not, with that we've cleared out just about the entire cave. We're ready for the boss already. And this boss is something else. I actually really like this one. Are you ready? Well, there's nothing here but a chest. So, I mean, I guess we might as well crack it, right? Clearly, there's nothing wrong with the chest. It's not a mimic, anything of that sort. Now, friends, you know how much I hate FromSoft's extreme tendency towards fan service, right? Especially after DS3. But this is a legacy item or a legacy element handled pretty well. This is actually really fun. Just useless cloth armor or clothes, and it's good old Patches, as a boss this time, the leader of the Highwaymen. And he can fight about as well as ever, but I can unsheath my katana, which will allow me to just destroy him. He's trying to inflict us with the game's equivalent of a toxin there, which is in character for him. Ow, ow, ow. Woo, he is not helpless like he was in previous games. There we go. We can get him to surrender. We do not have to kill Patches, even though doing so would be very, very easy. The rewards for victory are not great, but they're not really intended to be. This is meant to start off a quest line.
Well, what do you know? You're tarnished, like me. Now, how did I get that wrong? I took you for a demi-human.
Uh-huh.
An innocent mistake, I assure you.
Sure.
Well, water under the bridge. Now we're squared up. How about we play nice from now on?
Sure, sure, sure.
Man of reason. Just what I like about you. I'm Patches. Patches the untethered. Tarnished like you, only free-spirited. Nomadic, you might say. Only for now, those retired soldiers turned bandits. They're paying for my gruel. In exchange for my, well, showing them the ropes. But honestly, this looting racket is bloody terrifying. Frankly, I'm ready to wash my hands clean. Maybe set up a legitimate shop. So don't be a stranger. I'll be ready to wheel and deal come next time.
So he will now set up shop here in the cave when next we return. But we're not really here for that. We're here for his quest line, which will actually cover, oh goodness, maybe the first 2/3 of the game in total? So it's a very distinctive, but low challenge, low reward cave. Very, very manageable by just about any player at any point in their build's progression, I would say, which is nice. The next dungeon's going to be a bit more of a proper one, if we follow the river further north. Don't mind me, just running along here with my perfectly waterproofed torch. Rain is no impediment for it. Clips has got the Twin Blade to +18. Nice, man. These are spirit jellyfish, the souls of the dead, which are totally passive and absolutely gorgeous. If you know me, you know how much I love Nadaria in all forms. But we're gonna fight them because, well, that's what you do in a Souls-like. They can spray a kind of poisonous muck at us, but that's about the worst they can do. They're beautiful ethereal creatures, and don't give you much, but I think they can drop certain crafting items on death from time to time. Oh, look, it's slime. Everybody's favorite recurring enemies. Since this version is made entirely out of viscera... Oh, and the skeletons are back. It can be bled. The skeletons, of course, cannot. Not like it matters, they're way too frail to need bleed damage. I want to say the spear-wielding skeletons are nastier than anything else in my experience. Poison Bloom. Again, useful for crafting, not for much else. Which tells me that this was, more than anything else, kind of an ambush. A favorite Elden Ring tactic. Now, we could, as this little splash screen tells us, we could use Torrent to ride that updraft all the way to the cliff's edge up there, or we could explore a little bit deeper in and find the source of all these nasty skeletons and visceral slimes. Of course, we'll be doing the latter. Ooh, a poison dragonfly. Those are rare, but again, nasty. Just like in Dark Souls, our buddies the slimes are super weak to not just fire, but I want to say just about any kind of non-physical damage. Since we deal crazy damage to them with bleed. Oh, we can combo our torch attacks with the offhand together now. I've not even noticed that before. That's nice. Don't worry, the dungeon itself is not going to be suffuse with slime. I don't think. Loads of corpses around here, which lets you know we are heading to an absolutely lovely little vacation destination. Is that all of them? Oh yeah, weapon durability and the like is now completely and totally a thing of the past. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. We never have to worry about things of that nature. Ah, Murkwater Catacombs. Another catacomb, meaning our reward is likelier than not going to be some form or fashion of spirit summon, which is okay, and the halls are almost certain to be filled with ambush gargoyles. Which, hold on, means as much as I love our katana, we probably want to replace it with the flail until they're down. Yeah, see, the flail brings these guys down just a little faster. Oh, God. Sorry, guys, I just walked into all of those attacks. That is a very conspicuous trap pressure plate. Right by the switch that will give us access to the boss room. Well, come on, guys. Of course, another gargoyle waiting to ambush us. Do you see the general theme of these catacomb dungeons yet? It's just hordes of gargoyles all over the damn place. These would be kind of fun and interesting if it wasn't such a recurring design theme shared by all of these sorts of dungeons. And if it wasn't the same enemies every time, you know what I mean? They can't even activate the pressure plate, which is a little weird. Being massive stone statues and all. Savage says, I hate the gargoyles as much as I did back in DS3. That slippery moveset catches me every time. Gargoyles are... the big gargoyles are worse here. I'm talking specifically about the imps right now. And Eclipse says, no, I can't see the theme. It ambushes me every time. It's, again, it would be cute if it was done sporadically, but it's just the same gimmick with the same enemies every single time. And it's handled the same way every time. They're, like, always posted around corners and the like, and it's like, oh, didn't see that coming, did you? And it's like, well, yes, I kind of did, but I still couldn't react to the one ambush because I was worried about the other two gargoyles you posted not to attack me from around the corner, but to jump down on my head from above as soon as I entered the chamber. Is what I'm saying making any sense here? I feel like I might not be as lucid as I typically could be relied upon to be. But oftentimes what I'm trying to say is there will be several different ambush points within singular chambers. Like so. There were the two waiting for you by the doors, there was the pressure plate, one dropping down on you from above. There were the 6 in that first catacomb we discovered. 2 on the walls, right? 2 on the wall that you face as you enter a room. 1 each around corners in blind spots you can't see when you enter. Then 2 more, like, posted on a wall within one of those alcoves up above. Oh, Eclipse says, no, what you're saying makes sense. Okay, thank you. And Savage says, yeah, the imps, my bad, they were called slaves or something in DS3. Thralls. Thralls were the fleshy, mortal variant you could encounter in DS3. They're actually worse here, because the Thralls, at least, didn't appear all that often, and they were pretty vulnerable to every type of damage. Okay, we can't level yet, so... They do have very low poise if you can hit them with a heavy attack, or, a guard counter, or anything like that, though, so that's a saving grace. They can also cover ground way more easily. Right, where's the big one with the sword? Or the hatchet, sorry. There are variants with, like, bleed affinity great swords, but we've not seen any of them yet, as far as I'm aware. Okay. We've made it to the boss, so that means switching out the flail for our katana, unless... Can I equip the flail without increasing my, equip load to heavy? Yes, I can, so we'll just have that in our offhand in case we need it. Okay, what do we have this time? Oh, I actually really like this one. It's, like an old-school Roman gladiator with a pair of battle hammers. Vulnerable to backstabs, fast and aggressive, but with recovery times. This fight is good. This fight's really good, actually. Long combos, but again with recovery. A grab that's clearly telegraphed. Power-up moves. Yeah, this right here, this is the shit. Whoa. I was in the backstab animation, but I was still able to hit him with the thrust for the backstab as he leapt. That's pretty cool, and what we just got, friends, is our first special summon. I mentioned earlier that Ghost Gravewort is used to, enhance special, like, named summons, really potent ones that will last you throughout the game. Banished Knight Ingval is the first of them, and I think he may actually have been added as a reward, in the game's first major post-launch patch. I could be wrong, though. Used to summon the spirit of Ingval, the Banished Knight. One of the 2 knights dubbed the Wings of the Storm, so again, he uses the wind elemental magic associated with Godric. Despite his banishment, he rejected the invitation of the grace-given lord. That would be Morgott, the god of light, devotion, and the Erd Tree. The supreme ruler in Marika's absence, and one of her oldest children. instead keeping watch over a masterless castle for many years, gaining renown as a hero of the fringes. Eclipse says this is a cool fight. Yeah, I like the gladiators, or the duelists, I should say, quite a lot. They give you a really nice arena with plenty of room to fight him in too. If you're working a build that's a little bit more spacing or sorry, I should say positioning dependent than mine. So you've got plenty of room to work with. That's a good fight. That's a good one. Simple, but you know, quality. No absurd tracking. His longest combos maybe like 5 hits and it comes out aggressively, but then he has to recover for a while. It's good stuff. Speaking of good stuff, we get a level that I am going to put into, I'll say Vigor, just to get us up to 15. Then we may want to get Dex up to about 22, then start leveling Intelligence so we can use magic. Because I am running out of arrows and I do want to get a more viable long-term solution for range damage. Which we will unlock shortly. Give me 1 minute. And I can get us to a place whence it can be acquired. Oh god, bears. Bears and gold poop. Regular bears... I say regular bears because there's another type of bear that will be the bane of our existence. Go down really, really quickly. So, don't worry about them. A few swings of any weapon will dispatch bears with ease. Dragonfly knocked us out of our charge attack, because of course it did. With a ranged spell, dragonflies are nothing at all. 1 hit will spell their end. Clip says, yeah, bears are a mixed bag. And the rough bears are really, really, really rough. Here's a little shack with some smithing stone and a portrait, though. Interacting with the portrait will add a representation of it to our item menu, and also trigger a flag that will allow us to travel to the area in the overworld depicted in the painting, and find a special item dropped by a spirit. Most of the items aren't phenomenal, but they can be neat or useful in certain situations. Now with that, guys, one last thing I want to do for the playthrough, or not the playthrough, one last thing I want to do for the episode, the stream, is head a little bit further east into this unexplored region of the map. There's one boss in particular I want to fight because I consider it one of the best bosses in the game, even though we'll be seeing it on more than one occasion. And it is just, oh man, perfect. Notice we still haven't gotten permission to travel to the game's Firelink Shrine equivalent. To do that, we need to actually move closer to Godric's castle, which we will do at the start of the next stream. The poor nobles are absolutely helpless at this point. They're just free runes. And ruin fragments if, for whatever reason, you want or need them. Wolf says, whenever you're ready to end, by the way, I can take another crack at the fire giant. Alright, if you so wish, give me just a minute. You probably know what boss I'm going for. But there's an NPC up here on top of this ruin who will give us a very short and simple little quest.
Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Haight, servant to the True Order and celebrated repudiator of the false.
He's a bit of a blowhard, but he will give us some rewards for doing something we would have anyhow.
You've come to lend me your aid, have you? Well, that's very kind, but no, the help is very much appreciated, even from a tarnished. Despite appearances, nobility is no prerequisite to serving the true order. You might have heard of me, Kenneth Height. Next in line is the rightful ruler of Limgrave, young Tarnished. I would have a boon of you. I want you to take back my fort. It lies to the south, beyond the Mistwood.
So he's the person apparently set to inherit Limgrave from Godric, should he die.
Simply obsessed with blood.
And so Godric sent a particular knight to oust Height from his fort
Lies to the
and
Oh, I see.
commandeer it.
You wish to know the fret not. The great Kenneth Height is known for his considerable largesse. The celebrations will be lavish indeed upon the dawn of my fort's retreat. Yes, now allow me to furnish you with a little advice. I would take great care to avoid Godric's tarnished hunts were I in your shoes. That depraved lot are obsessed with sacrificing tarnished like you.
Those would be the processions led by the sellswords and knight captains.
Don't make me laugh. First, he
Says young Tarnish, do my light work. Yeah, he can't fight himself. Kenneth can't at all.
He insulted Melania, lost to her in battle, only to lick her boots rather than die like a man. Has he no shame, the big girl's blouse? And to think, he's the blood of Godfrey, last of the golden lineage. You almost wouldn't know it to look at him. Yeah, I almost feel sorry for the chap the more I think of it.
We will never hear anyone say a single kind word about Godric throughout the entire playthrough. And he is unique among the gods in that regard. He is the only one of the deities no one has any respect, any even grudging acknowledgement of the prowess of. He is completely and utterly reprehensible in the eyes of the people and of other gods. Anytime we find one of these rows of sarcophagi, it is going to be entirely worth our trouble to investigate them, because any of them cracked open have a very large chance of having golden runes within that we can use for upgrades. Pretty potent golden runes, too, up to a potency of 6 here, and then this corpse sitting atop one of the sarcophagi has what? Fever's Cookbook. What does this give us? This is new. A record of crafting techniques left by a man who was utterly captivated by Saint Trina. He continued the search for her in his slumber. Used to craft sleep pots, a thrown weapon. Okay, that actually will be really useful in 1 or 2 battles. But none of this is what we're here for. No. Our destination, is that ruin over there. If it's the place I think it is, anyhow. Oh! Here's some of Bach's people, the demi-humans, the goblins. Again, they come in massive swarms and are pretty fast, but are also very, very frail. And if you can intimidate them by cutting down enough of them, or if they're traveling with a larger, more powerful demi-human, getting rid of them, you can actually, force them into a surrender. They will be completely passive if you are able to frighten them. Oh, we got a falchion and magic grease. Very, very nice drops all, along with the equivalent of a prism stone. The rainbow stone. How creative. There's a troll just wandering about freely over here. Don't need to worry about him, though. Oh, you can see the monument marker glowing on the left-hand side of the screen. We could summon spirits here, but this is going to be a spirit-free run for the most part. Just know, if you plan to play the game yourself and haven't already, Anytime you see that icon, you can, in fact, break out any of your spirits and use them as you would a consumable item. This is a pretty standard troll. Has a sword it'll break out at half health, which is nasty, but largely used for the same purposes as the Stone Digger Troll's hammer. Well, he got to show us his sword briefly before dying. That's something, I guess. No, wait, this church isn't my destination. We can get some good stuff here all the same, though. The Third Church of America. At this statue of the Queen, we can acquire something called a Sacred Tear. And, in this vessel to the side, a special, unique item that is going to be integral to the rest of the run, the Flask of Wondrous Physic. We can obtain items called Crystal Tears and mix them in the flask to create a single-use potion that will restore every time we rest at a site of grace, and can be given a wonderful variety of effects based on the tears used in its creation. These can be temporary stat buffs. These can be special defense buffs that will create, say, shields around us that absorb a set amount or type of damage for a certain period. These can be certain special potent offensive effects. Lots of different attributes we can use our flask for, and we get a single crystal tier to start experimenting with. The Crimson Crystal Tier, which will just restore half of your total HP when consumed. A crystal tier forms slowly over the ages where the Erd Tree's bounty falls to the ground. Okay, not bad. And then the flask itself, right? Over here. A relic of the Physic Chemists, priests of the Erd Tree. It's gorgeous looking. Look at the ornamentation around the lip of the vessel and the stopper. Harnesses the power of crystal tears, which only form after the passage of many moons. Various special effects are bestowed upon the drinker dependent on the specific mixture of crystal tears. Rest at a site of grace to replenish. Basins are placed at the feet of minor Erd trees throughout the lands between in order to collect their crystallized tears. So if you see a big tree, run towards it. Gotcha. Oh, and what about that sacred tear? Blessing of the Erd Tree, worshipped in the churches of all lands. This is but a faint vestige. Increases the potency of a sacred flask's restorative effects. Can be used after resting at a site of grace. During the age of the Erd Tree, these tears were used to spread the faith, for theirs was once a certain blessing. Yes, indeed. We definitely want to use this. And talk to Melina, since we are here at one of the Queen's churches.
Spoken echoes linger here. Words of Queen Marika, who vanished long ago. If you wish, I will share them with you.
Sure. We're interested.
In Marika's own words, my lord, and thy warriors, I divest each of thee of thy grace. With thine eyes dimmed, ye will be driven from the
It's the curse that banished Godfrey, the Elden Lord.
in a land afar, where ye will live and die. Well, perhaps that might serve you in lieu of a maiden's guidance.
Well, it does something for us, thank you. Flasks, we want to increase the amount replenished by our flasks using the Sacred Tier. There we go, we now have flasks a +1. Still not what I'm here for, though. What we want is further to the northeast. So real quick, if you'll permit me, I want to ride down to the map marker So we can shed a little light on this area of East Limgrave. And then I'll go kill the boss I've been hinting at. Which again is one of my favorites in the entire game. One of a handful of Elden Ring bosses that show the incredible mechanical variety and ingenuity that FromSoft could be known for if they hadn't been pressured by a certain segment of the fan base to just make Gale or Lady Maria 80 times over, harder and faster, just that one sword fight, the sword fight, you know? And is therefore one of my favorites in the entire game. So let's grab our map fragment. Do we have to dismount Torrent to grab it? No. Read our lore prompt. Other than the Mistwood, which envelops the south, it is known for its lands which lead to Caelid, a path trod by many a soldier in the past. Yeah, you can see as we go further east, the landscape changes pretty drastically and pretty suddenly. But what we want is this area right here. And is there an easy way to get there without going through Stormhill or Stormgate? I don't think there is. So bear with me. We will be going to Godric's territory very, very briefly. A beautiful, mist-shrouded hilltop region. Guarded, of course, by about 800 of his soldiers. Get ready. Yeah, Savage, that guy. I consider him probably the 4th or 5th best designed boss in the game. So Godric sicked a troll on us, and has a massive range damage-oriented battalion of soldiers hoping to fend us off here. It shall not work. We want to get the troll away from the snipers. Easier said than done, as their range is obscene. Unsheath. I was hoping to unsheath right in his face, which definitely would have stunned him, but there we go. Unsheathing is a great way to break enemy poise. Savage says, when you headed for the woods, I had no idea who you were aiming at. Yeah. I was heading for the woods, largely just, to get the map fragment, so I could navigate. But no, we're going for that guy. Haven't seen a lot of praise for him online, but I absolutely love him. Then again, I tend to dislike the bosses that most of the Souls community never shuts up about, and vice versa. We just want very different things out of the game, me and the Souls bros, it seems. I like mechanical ingenuity, novelty, and fights that work differently or require the player to think or act in a mechanically distinct fashion. You know, like Demon Souls bosses, for instance, where all of them had a unique gimmick that made sense considering what they were in the narrative, how that creature was supposed to act, how that creature was supposed to fight or be fought. And I dislike fights that are just mediocre Devil May Cry battles over and over and over again. And unfortunately, this is my largest criticism of Elden Ring, above and beyond anything else. The bosses in this game are so numerous, but mechanically they are so homogeneous. Because throughout the years, taking cues seemingly only from the most narrow-minded but loudest segment of the fanbase, the people who will play a Souls-like game 30 times in a row without playing anything else and then complain that it's gotten too easy for them. You know, those sorts. And there's a lot of them, unfortunately, or at least their voice tends to be disproportionately represented in the discourse. FromSoft listening to them, or seemingly in concert with them, has adopted a narrower and narrower, more and more repetitive and kind of mechanically desolate approach to boss design. They've all been big, stompy, slammy beasts in the vein of Ludwig or the Bloodstarved Beast, or the Cleric Beast from Bloodborne, kind of Bloodborne-like bestial fights. Or they've all been sword fights against spastic, completely unstill enemies with no recovery time and in ever more lengthy combos and over-the-top flashy sword techniques in the vein of Lady Maria or Gale or Artorias. Nothing else. And certainly nothing that requires or would allow the player to do anything more than dodge and attack. That's it. And that's really sad for me to see, as somebody who loved the diversity present in Demon Souls' boss roster, or even some of DS1's boss roster. It is really, really sad to see. But I'm glad to see that some indie devs making Souls-like games don't always adopt that very homogenous approach to encounter design, even as FromSoft signals that they may be doing so. Anyhow, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Let's cut through this last barricade and make our way to Stormhill so we can go fight one of the good bosses. Eclipse says, after the first time I just sprint past the troll, same. And not even dodge an attack. Yeah, no, sorry. Dodge for half an hour, then get one attack in, or use one of your weapon arts to, like, disrupt the boss. It's... a lot of it ain't good, friends. A lot of it we've seen so far has been, again, among the game's stronger offerings. A lot of what we're going to see as we head on is not great. But you know what is great? The vista of Stormhill. It's an absolutely beautiful area. And we got a golden seed we can use to allocate another charge of our flask, or to our flask, from this area, which is really nice. Bunch of nobles who just kind of bit the bullet out here. Here's some smithing stone, and oh, it's some of my favorite enemies. The gravity stone clusters, I think they're technically called. Adorable, largely harmless little animate constructs that tend to appear near special overworld bosses whose spirits have been trapped in timeless prisons. And yeah, Eclipse, you've got the long and short of it. That's more what boss design is like in Elden Ring. Again, I just think FromSoft took the wrong lessons from the loudest but not most numerous segments of their community. Rare to see a sellsword without his mount, but we've got a couple here. Having just finished looting a caravan, I think. I was about to say he's got our number, doesn't he? But not really. Okay, unsheath! Real pity we haven't gotten more of their armor. Here's a site of grace, and an NPC who will be really useful. A merchant, in fact. Oh no, sorry, I was going to see gear. Oh, the Cadence Sellsword stuff is actually, or at least the helm, is much worse in many ways. What about the other armor we've gotten? Are you kidding me? Patch's Thug's absolutely atrocious, crap-caked armor is better than the samurai armor in many ways? Give me a break. Godric Soldier's greaves are just a little better, but that's not worth changing for.
Name's Bernard. Tarnished, just like you. Let me ask you something.
That is some awesome-looking armor, isn't it? Very, very ornate.
Does your faith in the guidance of grace hold firm, despite the collapse of the Golden Order?
Sure, my faith holds firm, even though we are going to be doing away with the Greater Will at the end of this playthrough. We will lie to him.
That's a quality needed now more than ever.
Just as he lies to us. He's not being honest with us at all here.
Battle arts. All I know is the sword.
What says what? Samurai are elite, and I love his Zweihander. Yeah.
Now's the time to
Savage says the poop smears are enchanted. Sure. And yeah, his Zweihander's nicely sized, even though it is having some clipping issues right now.
There's a myriad of battle arts in these lands that I've yet to discover. Mementos of all the warriors who raised their arms in battle, lost and died. A fine tale, all told, of true chivalric romance. That's how I fell in love with the sword and the arts of combat. It grants meaning even to falling in battle, to death itself.
Yeah, so he's a little fanatical, but he does offer some great, fairly diverse Ashes of War. The stamp with the upward cut, which we already have. A kick, which is admittedly pretty great, even though it gives you heavy, so like strength favoring scaling. I have no idea why. Push an enemy back with a high kick, effective against enemies who are guarding and can break a foe's stance. Sometimes a simple tool is the most effective. Well, you know how effective kicks were in Neo? I might... Well, no, I say I'd purchase these, but you know what? Most of these can be found elsewhere in the world, like in those chunks of ore being pushed around by scarabs. So as cool as these are, no skill is just like, for instance, if you want to remove the weapon art on your shield, so you can use your weapon's actual skill. Cool as these are, we are going to leave them for now. As I said, we'll find most of them elsewhere. Anything up here? No? Okay, we did trigger the Point of Grace, right? Yeah. Let's head out through the beautiful autumnal forest of Stormhill to our target. Then I'll let y'all go, and if Eclipse is still interested, he can have another go at one of the late game bosses over on his channel. So they've got fire bombs, but do they got bugles to warn the other soldiers of our approach? I guess not. Come here, Shaggy Dog. Shaggy Dog with enough super armor to just tank through my slash and dodge backwards. Okay. That is a thick coat, y'all. So it says he's one of my favorite NPCs in this game. His storyline was always interesting to me. His character's totally undefined. I have absolutely no idea what he's about. But he does have a cool little quest line and some great rewards. And, again, if you're just starting the game and don't like any of the special skills your weapons afford you at present, he sells a nice little variety that could be really, really useful in the early game. And Eclipse says, yep, I'm good to do that. Alright. Just as soon as I kill the boss man, I will then be more than happy to raid you. As long as I remember how to raid people on Twitch. These foot soldiers are guarding something. Or some things. Man, they're fast. Oh, and there's a captain with some dogs over there. Great. A heater shield! Yeah, baby! That's what I'm talking about. Full, complete, physical damage negation. Not like it matters, because enemies in this game are fast as shit and will combo you anyway. Like that. Did you see that? Notice I tried to use a guard counter there, and his next combo attack came out so quickly it didn't even matter. Oh, Elden Ring. You give your players so many tools and then do all you can to take them away, because that's how balance works. Let's heal. Use that sword slam again. That gives you a nice opening. Well, it says it's backslash, then raid, and then like the target's name. Gotcha. Thank you. Again, dodge counters, perfectly effective against dogs. Maybe their intended use case. Well, not a ton in this camp, but a heater shield, that is nice. Really, really nice for us for now. Blocking consumes way more stamina than it typically does in a Souls-like, in Elden Ring, unfortunately. But having a shield with full physical damage negation is useful no matter what game you're playing. Exalted Flesh. Oh, Eclipse, I do not know which forward slash, or which is which forward slash or backslash. I think what you're using is forward slash, maybe? I don't know. But I know what symbol you're talking about. I will use it. Thank you. Exalted Flesh is a cool little consumable. Temporarily boosts your physical attack. A lump of animal flesh pickled in a medicinal solution mixed with fiery spices. So basically, spicy steroids. Considered a delicacy in the Badlands, this invigorating repast was for the exclusive benefit of those who they deem heroes. Oh look, there's a treasure up atop that fragment of the ruined temple. Which again, must have been destroyed in friggin' orbit or something for its fragments to be scattered so broadly across the lands between. Can't quite reach it from here, can we? No, we would have to... Oh, hold on. One thing I can try. But we probably have to jump from the cliff overlooking it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we tried. There's another statue pointing the way to some catacombs. Guess we'll try to find the catacombs, trigger their point of grace, and then leave. Yeah. Just getting things set up for next stream, folks. Unthinkable. Our hallowed resting place is violated. To refuse the Erd Tree's call to return. To live within death. Sickening. So they're talking about the undead. The skeletons and other unnatural creatures. They're collectively called those who live in death, and they are absolutely maligned by most people who follow the religion of Queen Marika and the Erd Tree, because they violate the natural order as established in the runes by the Greater Will. But here's the interesting thing. The undead themselves, much like the Pilgrims of Londor in Dark Souls 3, are not actually, like, morally repugnant. They're not bad guys. They're not evil. They're hostile to us because they, like many other creatures in the Lands Between, have lost their minds with the unmaking of the Elden Ring, but they're not evil. And they can, in fact, live as perfectly passive, lucid creatures. Oh, it's time to meet the Onion Knight, but better. Alexander, the Jar Warrior.
I'm so happy to see you. I am Alexander, also known as the Iron Fist. And as you can see, I'm stuck here. Please, can you help me out of this?
Sure. What do we have to do?
1,000 thanks. Just give me a good smack from the rear with something nice and big.
Phrasing, Alexander.
Clean out, I'm sure. Don't dally. There's no need to fret. I'm very well.
You have no idea how many messages you probably inspired with that phrasing, dude. Eclipse says the katana dual-wield catacomb. Yep. And Savage says, I always figured the Sky City just slowly crumbled bit by bit as it floated along. I never looked into it, though. That's just my headcanon. I think what you're talking about exploded, and it is just trapped in the midst of... That's a great gesture to get as a reward. It's trapped at the heart of a storm, and is not constantly falling apart. Or at least being, like, scattered around the Lands Between. Alexander is great. He's honorable, he's noble, he's friendly, he can fight insanely well, and his questline is another one that'll stretch the entire game.
I'd like you to have this.
Exalted Flesh, fit for heroes. That's so nice. That's probably human flesh he just gave us, by the way.
Iron Fist Alexander, in fact. I journey to the east, where I intend to further my education in the ways of war. And beyond these lands lie the scarlet, rot-blighted Caled.
Scarlet Rot is the game's equivalent of Toxin. It's what Patches was spitting at us. I'm pretty sure.
Is being held. I'd heard whispers of such festivities before. Doesn't the notion set your breast aflutter?
Like a combat festival being held at an old, long-standing military fort sounds awesome. Absolutely awesome. But the fact of the matter is, the combat festival itself is, well, it's only in two parts. It's not like an arena quest line done FromSoft style, which would be awesome. Instead, it's two boss battles, kind of staggered one after the other. The first one's terrible. The second one is one of the best boss fights in the game. So it's not quite as exciting as it sounds. Okay, so he's just letting us know he'll be on his way. Okay, great. And we can see the edge of Caelid over here. It's truly blighted by Scarlet Rot, as you could tell even over here on the map screen. Savage says, yeah, that place. Shared its name with the cannon set from DS2. Yeah, the red main set, right? And Eclipse says, nah, if it was human flesh, it'd be called strange meat. I know, but the lore is warrior jars, like Alexander, are like walking ossuaries. Not quite ossuaries, just receptacles for the viscera of honored warriors cut down in battle. He is just full of the physical remnants of, like, really powerful heroes. So I think even though the item itself is just meant to be, like, standard, you know, like animal's meat, since it comes from Alexander, it might be pickled human flesh. But he means well. He means well. Let's dump a couple points in Dex, as you do. And then we'll start leveling Vigor and Endurance from here on out. This is a Pumpkinhead soldier. They're very powerful. You don't want to strike them in their pendulous head. That did not hit me, now did it? Okay. You don't want to hit them in their head because their helmet's very durable. They drop something called Sanctuary Stone, just a crafting item, I'm pretty sure. And they hit like a truck. They don't have the most health in the world, though. Smithing Stone, thank you. The first significant post-launch patch actually added a lot of smithing stones to the early game areas, because there weren't quite enough for players to reinforce their weapons with at launch. It's our second merchant. They don't all have unique names, but they do have unique personalities. What is he selling? Smithing stone, a pot, a cookbook that'll teach us how to make poison arrows, and a short sword. Oh, and a halberd. Halberd as well, and like a cloth mask. Mask is not worth it. Halberd might be, but we don't have the runes, and the short sword is not great. Do we want the smithing stone? No, we've got enough smithing stone 1 at this point, and the cookbook isn't quite worth it either. Sorry. Eclipse says, I mean, maybe it could have also been venison from a particularly warlike deer. Or those goats, those nasty rolling goats. Maybe one of them, yeah. Yeah, you're right, there's multiple, like, less cannibalistic sources that meat could have been from. Up ahead, we'll encounter one of the nastiest characters in the game. A religious fundamentalist who tries to scour the lands of those who live in death, and thinks that, well, they're an abomination, an affront to the living and to the natural order. When in reality, these guys are pretty cool. If they weren't feral. And we can actually work to that end. Shh, don't tell him that that's what we'll be doing. Did you notice that spirit near the catacombs talking about death pervading the area was also surrounded by, like, phantasmal mushrooms? Yeah, if we see mushrooms or, like loads of them, or thorns, black thorns anywhere in the world, it's the telltale sign of the presence of those who live in death and their god. Sup, lunatic?
I hunt down those who live in death and weed their death root. Heed my warning. The village here has been touched by death. And worse yet, it is home to a...
What do you have against sailors, man?
If you value your life, then go no further.
Fundamentalist bigotry takes on a very, very, very weird form in the Lands Between. Don't come back to life. Don't practice necromancy. Don't make your living at sea. This is a very strange religion. Eclipse says he has a cool sword, though. Oh, yeah, no. His entire armor set is gorgeous. Notice there are actually 2 figures reflected in its form. one like wrapped around the other, the silver armor wrapping around the golden armor that actually more closely fits the knight's form. And his sword is made of gold and silver intertwined. Gorgeous. A bit too big for me, but a cool weapon, nonetheless. To get the weapon, though, we have to let something very bad happen to a very good character, which I shall not be doing. So the village is haunted, right? And yes, it is. Those who live in death have completely taken over. They are throwing an afterlife hoedown. And, well, one of them in particular, I hold to be one of the best bosses in the game. Ready to take them on? We now have an additional charge of our flask. By default, it's allocated to the Flask of Crimson Tears, which I'm A-okay with. Look at that. They mentioned a mariner, right? Guys, it's Charon. It's Charon, the ferryman of the Styx from Hellenic mythology, as a boss. This is the mariner they warned us of. This is the area boss. And man, oh man, is it cool. So, here's how Charon, or the Tibia Mariner, in Elden Ring parlance, works. They are not a boss dedicated to direct combat. They have attacks, very clearly telegraphed attacks, performed with both the horn they use to pedal their skiff through the area, and with the boat itself. They can attack us with the boat by, like, buffeting it around with spectral torrents of water. Beautiful. But primarily, they use the horn that doubles as like an oar to summon those who live in death in vast numbers to descend upon us. So, they're a summoner with hard-hitting but slow and very clearly telegraphed attacks who will be spending most of the fight fleeing from us. We can stun them, we can stagger them, but we cannot land critical hits on them. We just have to burn them down. And, it's not a super difficult fight, but you guys know me. I do not believe, unlike so many people who take part in FromSoft or Soulsborne discourse, Souls-like discourse, that difficulty and quality are correlated in the least. Easy fights can be, and often are, really, really high in quality and ingenious in their design, and the inverse can be true, where really difficult or challenging fights don't feel rewarding to me, or don't feel like they're all that ingenious in their design. This is great. Yeah, Eclipse says this is an awesome boss. And Elden Ring bigotry is basically fuck you specifically and in particular. Yeah, it's very, very specialized bigotry. Welcome to Summon Water Village. He's gonna summon water. So right out the gate, he disappears and will reappear in this fight somewhere else in the water surrounding the village. You can always tell where he's going to summon his ads from. Like, oh, I love this attack. Yeah, buddy! By the red portals appearing on the ground. Now, friendly fire is a thing, so he can absolutely destroy his own summons, and will. Which is good for us, because that allows us to just come up from behind and clean up. Let's take care of this last one while the Tibia Mariner kind of gathers himself. Look at that design. I love the kind of purple or violet and or indigo lighting effects used to denote those who live in death. Whoa! Okay, here comes his combo. He's going to, like, scoop brackish water all about the place with his horn. I stunned him. And he teleports again? Thankfully, he does glow very softly, meaning we can always tell where he is or shall be. I want to say, like those who live in death themselves, he's probably particularly weak to either holy damage, so if we were using incantations associated with Marika's religion, or striking damage. Either or. In fact, I know he would be weak to holy damage, but... Oh, no, you don't. Don't you run me over with your damn boat. And down goes the Tibia Mariner. What a great fight. We get a summon. I think this is so cool. By dispatching the skeleton summoner, we get the right to summon skeletons ourselves. The spear-wielding skeletons, too, the really potent ones. And something called Death Root, that is described thusly. Just a little ball of black thorns. A source that gives rise to those who live in death. The beast clergyman, found at bestial sanctum in the distant east, collects and devours these roots. On the night of the dire plot, the stolen rune of death, again, a rune, embodying some kind of metaphysical constant, something that anchors certain principles into the fabric of reality, both material and spiritual. So the rune of death is like the Platonic ideal, the metaphysical concept of death in its purest form, enabled the first death, capitalized, of a demigod. Later, the rune of death spread across the lands between through the underground roots of the great tree, sprouting in the form of death root. So, death is quite literally permeating the lands between through this massive root network. But it's not, in fact, killing people permanently. It is instead transforming them into those who live in death, creatures for whom death is not the end, and death is instead an ultimate form. Brilliant, right? Eclipse says, Holy puts a real apple in his tree. Yeah, it just rolls on them, I'm sure. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I was going to say I'm going to leave you. I'm getting ready to rate Eclipsite for his continuation of the Elden Ring challenge run that I am absolutely adoring. But first, let's see if there's anything in the Grand Hall here. There should be. I want to say there's a golden tear somewhere around, or a sacred tear somewhere around Summonwater Village, so that's why I don't want to leave quite yet. But, alas, we may have to gather it at another time, unless it's up here in this structure. Oh wait, hold on. We've got fans. Admittedly, there's a real sense of satisfaction to cutting an enemy down Aito style like that. Unsheath is a great weapon art that isn't necessarily broken. Oh yeah, no, here we go. Stone Sword Key. With some friendly turtles. Hey, guys. Oh, the tortoises wandering around the lands between are really cool. And you know what? Most people in the universe think so too. Tortoises in America's religion are associated... sorry, the Golden Order. The Golden Order is the name of the religion. Are associated with intelligence, wisdom, and longevity. And we get one of the best talismans in the game from this chest. The Green Turtle Talisman, the equivalent of the Chloranthy Ring, which increases our stamina recovery speed. A talisman in the shape of a green turtle. Look at his little head clamped down around the ring there, or around the fixture. Turtles are known as a nutritious ingredient, symbolic of inexhaustible power. However, those who hold turtles to be wise creatures consider the practice of eating their meat to be barbarous. Well, we will both be venerating them for their wisdom and eating their meat several times throughout the course of the playthrough because we are ideologically versatile. Okay, that is going to conclude today's stream, but thank you all so much for joining me for my first stream back on Twitch in ages. It has been an absolute pleasure. I hope you enjoyed. Please let me know if there's anything you would like to see from me in future. We're going to be slugging through Elden Ring for a long time, but I'm going to be trying to stream, at the very least, during my old regular slots, Sunday and Wednesday, from 1 to 4 p.m., or I want to say 8 to 11 p.m. 1 to 4 p.m. Central U.S. time, 8 to 11 p.m. CET. Thank you so much, and... Raid? Yep, there we go. I hope you will stick around for the continuation of Eclipse's playthrough. There we are. We are ready to raid in just a few seconds. So thank you guys once again. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and please enjoy Eclipse's stream. He's near the end of the game and has been absolutely bodying Elden Ring bosses, some of the most difficult in the franchise. In fact, some outright unfair bosses, many outright unfair bosses, under very, very demanding conditions. So thank you, and take care. Bye-bye.